Good morning, respected dignitaries, honorable guests, faculty members, researchers, students, and all participants. A very warm welcome to the 4th International Conference on Integrating Disciplines for Sustainable Development, Insight 4.0, organized by MES KEVEEYAM College, Valanchery, Kerala, in association with the Kerala State Higher Education Council. We are delighted to have you all here for the inauguration ceremony today. To begin the program, may I request everyone to stand up for the prayer.
ഹൃദയരാഗതന്ത്രി മീട്ടി സ്നേഹഗീതമേകിയും കർമ്മഭൂമി തളിരിടുന്ന വർണ്ണമേകിയും നമ്മിൽ വാഴുമാതിനാമം ഇന്നു ഞങ്ങൾ പാടുമീ സ്വരങ്ങൾ കീർത്തനങ്ങളാകണേ ചുവടുവയ്ക്കുമീ പദങ്ങൾ നൃത്തലോലമാകണേ കുഞ്ഞു വീടിനുൾക്കളങ്ങൾ സ്വർഗമാകണേ അമ്മ നൽകുമുമ്മ പോലും അമൃതമാകണേ പൂർണ്ണമീ ചരാചരങ്ങൾ ഗുരുവരങ്ങളാകണേ ഹൃദയരാഗതന്ത്രി മീട്ടി സ്നേഹഗീതമേകിയും കർമ്മഭൂമി തളിരിടുന്ന വർണ്ണമേകിയും നമ്മിൽ വാഴുമാതിനാമം ഇന്നു വാഴ്ത്തിടാം.
To formally welcome this August gathering, I invite Dr. Nabil Rashid, Coordinator of Insight 4.0, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning all. A very warm welcome to all of you for this inaugural session of Insight 4.0, the 4th International Conference for Integrating Disciplines for Sustainable Development. At Insight, we aim to integrate commerce, literature, science and innovation for a better sustainable future. This year, we are privileged to host about 30 distinguished resource persons, including eminent academicians and renowned research scientists. Esteemed personalities from leading institutions across India, such as IIC Bangalore, NITs, IITs, TIFR, CSIR research institutes, state universities, and central universities, and from renowned international institutions, including University of California, USA, Curtin University, Dubai, Warsaw University, Poland, MTU, Ireland, Max IV Laboratory, Sweden, are gracing this program. The conference has received excellent response. Over 1,000 attendees are participating in 6 parallel sessions conducting in 6 venues. About 300 delegates from various states with a significant number of participants from other nations also participating in this program. Around 1,000 collaborators have contributed their research works as co-authors, reflecting the truly global and interdisciplinary nature of Insight 4.0. It is my honor to welcome all of you to this inaugural session. First and foremost, I extend a warm welcome to our respected principal, Professor Shajid PP, whose leadership and vision continue to inspire the academic excellence in our institution. With great respect, I warmly welcome Professor Abid Hussain Tangal, Honorable MLA of Kottakkal Assembly Constituency, who will be inaugurating this international conference. He is widely respected for his commitment to education, social progress, and inclusive development. I also warm welcome Mrs. Asina Vatoli, Chairperson of Valanchery Municipality, whose leadership and commitment to the local governance and sustainable development truly commendable. I also warmly welcome Dr. Rafael Gonzalez Macho, a professor at VIT AP, a distinguished scholar from Spain whose interdisciplinary research and global academic experience enrich this conference. With great respect, I extend a warm welcome to Dr. Vinod Kumar KP, the former principal, whose guidance and commitment continue to inspire the academic community. I also extend a warm and respectful welcome to Abdul Latif Sir, our college chairman, whose leadership and guidance play a vital role in the growth and governance of our institution. I extend a cordial welcome to our secretary, Dr. Muhammad Ali Sir, whose unwavering support and administrative leadership have been instrumental in the successful organization of Insight 4.0. I take this opportunity to welcome our College Management Committee Treasurer, Professor Parayil Moidinkutti Sir, to this program. Let me welcome Kripna Padak and Omar Muhammad, our foreign delegates to this program. I would like to welcome Ajisel College Union Chairman to this program. Let me welcome Shabi, Federal Bank Manager, Valanchery, to this program. I would like to welcome our Staff Secretary, Rajimis, to this program. A special welcome to the Joint Coordinators, Dr. K.S. Krishnababba and Dr. Nawaz MP, and our IQAC Coordinator, Dr. Nisab T, whose tireless efforts ensures the smooth conduct of this conference. Let me also extend my heartfelt welcome to all Management Committee members, PTA and alumni representatives, organizing committee members, department coordinators, delegates, and my colleagues, my students, and all participants who has contributed to the success of Insight 4.0. Now, I invite our respected principal, Professor Sajid Sir, to deliver the presidential address.
Good morning to all. Respected Professor Habib Hussain Tangal, MLA Kottakkal Legislative Assembly, my esteemed teacher and renowned academician, and Dr. Rafael Gonzalo Mecho, Assistant Professor, School of Social Science and Humanities, VIT, Andhra Pradesh, and Mr. Latif, Chairman, College Management Committee, Dr. Mohammad Ali Sir, Secretary, Mr. Parail Muidinguti, Treasurer, Dr. Nabil Rashin, Conference Coordinator, Dr. Krishna Prabha, and Dr. Nisab, AQC Coordinator, Mr. Ajisel, College Union Chairman, and all participating academicians, colleagues, and students from various institutions, especially IAC Bangalore, Kribina Patak, and Umar M. Ahmed. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the 14th International Conference on Integrating Disciplines for Sustainable Development. This conference brings together ideas from science, innovation, commerce, and literature, reminding us that sustainable development is not the responsibility of one field alone, but a shared responsibility of all disciplines and all people. When we speak about development, we usually think about growth, buildings, industries, technology, and economic progress. Development is necessary. We need better facilities, better education, better healthcare, and better opportunities for our people. But today, the world is slowly realizing that development without care for nature is dangerous. That is why sustainable development is not just important, it is necessary. Sustainable development means meeting our needs today without destroying the ability of future generations to meet their needs. As Mahatma Gandhi wisely said, the earth has enough resources for our needs, but not for our greed. This simple statement carries a deep message. Nature can support our life, but it cannot support endless greed. Our traditional wisdom also teaches us the balance, the idea of Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam. The world is one family, reminds us that human beings are not separate from nature. We are part of a large family that includes birds, animals, trees, rivers, and the land itself. We must move from human-centered thinking to life-centered thinking. In this context, the philosophy of our great writer, Vaikam Muhammad Bashir, is very meaningful. In his work, Bhumiyude Avakashigal, the inheritors of the earth, Vaikam Muhammad Bashirine patti kuttikalkku ariyam. ഈ സെമിനാറിൻ്റെ മെയിൻ തീം സുസ്ഥിര വികസനം എന്നതാണ്. ഈ സുസ്ഥിര വികസനത്തെപ്പറ്റി ഇത്രയും ലളിതമായി സംസാരിച്ച ഒരു എഴുത്തുകാരനില്ല എന്ന് പറയാം. ഭൂമിയുടെ അവകാശികൾ ആരെന്ന ചോദ്യത്തിന് ബഷീർ നൽകുന്ന വലിയ മാനവികമായ ഉത്തരം മാത്രമല്ല, നമ്മൾ മാനവികം എന്നതിനെ മനുഷ്യനോട് ബന്ധിപ്പിക്കുമ്പോൾ സർവ്വജീവജാലങ്ങളെയും മനുഷ്യന് സമമായി കണ്ട വിശാല കാഴ്ചപ്പാടിൽ അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ വീട്ടിൽ ഇടം കൊടുത്ത ആളുകളെ നോവലിൽ ചിത്രീകരിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അതിൽ എല്ലാം പെടുന്നുണ്ട്. എലിയും പെരിച്ചാഴിയും പാമ്പും അതിലെ പൂച്ചയും എല്ലാം. അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ സാഹിത്യ പുസ്തകം ഒരിക്കൽ ഒരാട് ഭക്ഷിച്ചതിനെ പറ്റി അദ്ദേഹം പാത്തുമ്മയുടെ ആടിൽ പറയുന്നുണ്ട്. ആടിന് വീണ്ടും പുസ്തകം കൊടുക്കുകയാണ് അദ്ദേഹം. എന്നിട്ട് പറയുന്നുണ്ട്, എൻ്റെ പുസ്തകം വീണ്ടും ആട് കഴിക്കാം, പക്ഷെ പുതപ്പ് അദ്ദേഹം കൊടുക്കുന്നില്ല. കാരണം പുതപ്പ് അദ്ദേഹം പറയുന്നത് അതിൻ്റെ കോപ്പി വേറെ ഇല്ല എന്നാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ജീവിതത്തിൽ എല്ലാറ്റിനും സമഭാവനയിലൂടെ കാണുന്ന ഒരു കാഴ്ചപ്പാട് മലയാളത്തിന് പരിചയപ്പെടുത്തിയ വൈക്കം മുഹമ്മദ് ബഷീറിനെ ഞാൻ ഈ സമയത്ത് ഈ സെമിനാറിൽ അനുസ്മരിക്കുന്നതിന് കാരണം സസ്റ്റൈനബിൾ ഡെവലപ്മെൻറ്റ് എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ ഒരു മാതൃഭാഷാ അധ്യാപകൻ എന്നുള്ള നിലക്ക് എനിക്ക് പരിചയപ്പെടുത്താവുന്ന ഏറ്റവും സുന്ദരവും അതോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ ശക്തവുമായ മുഖമാണ് ബഷീറിൻ്റെത് എന്നുള്ളത് കൊണ്ടാണ് ഞാൻ ഈ അവസരത്തിൽ ബഷീറിൻ്റെ ദ ഇൻഹെറിറ്റൻസ് ഓഫ് ദി എർത്ത്, അതായത് ഭൂമിയുടെ അവകാശികൾ എന്ന ഭാഗത്തെ സാന്ദർഭികമായി പരിചയപ്പെടുത്തിയത്. The earth does not belong only to humans. It belongs to all living beings. When we destroy forests, pollute rivers, and harm animals, we are denying the right to exist. We have also seen powerful lessons from nature itself. During the time of floods, many of us witnessed videos where the waste we had thrown into rivers and nature come back to us. Plastic waste and pollutant returned to our homes through floodwaters. Nature showed us that we throw away does not disappear. It comes back. Sadly, after the flood, many of us forgot this lesson and continued to throw waste into rivers and public spaces again. This shows that awareness alone is not enough. We need a change in attitude and daily habits. So, what kind of development do we want? We need a development model that includes future generations. We need growth that is balanced with care of nature. We need cities that are green, industries that are responsible, technologies that are clean, and lifestyles that are simple and respectful towards the environment. True development should improve human life without destroying the natural system that support life. This conference is an important platform to reflect, discuss, and find solutions. By bringing together ideas from science, innovation, commerce, and literature, we are acknowledging the sustainable development is not just a technical issue, but also a moral, social, and cultural one. Literature and philosophy shape our values. Science provides solutions. Innovation offers new possibilities. And commerce can drive responsible growth. Let this conference inspire us not only to think, but also to act. Let us carry these ideas beyond this hall into our classrooms, offices, and homes. Small actions, when done by many people, can create big change. I once again welcome all of you to this conference and wish the deliberations, meaningful discussions, and fruitful outcomes. May this gathering contribute to building a future that is just, green, and sustainable for all living beings on this planet. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. Now, let's move on to the formal inaugural session of Insight 4.0. I request Professor Abid Hussain Tangal, Honorable MLA of Kottakkal Constituency, to kindly inaugurate the conference.
Good morning to you all. The 3 days for the International Conference of Integration Discipline for Sustainable Development, which is to be going to held over here in MES College, Muslim Education Society. For your kind information, which as Muslim Education Society has to be started before so many years. And in Kerala, we were not able to get the education at the time, and even it is to be economy and the social conditions. At the time, the Muslim Education Society has to be started to give the education with economically and socially and educationally. And that has to be started there, and here in the Muslim Education Society is to be one of the biggest institution which has to be taking part in the Kerala's education institution. Here, as we talked there in the guest room, there in the principals, he says that I'm an academician as well as a politician. As a political role, I am here standing for an inaugurator. Otherwise, I'll be here for an spectacular as not the guest, as a host. So anyway, the MES educational institutions in Valanchery, the college is to be conducting 3-day workshop on sustainable development. Actually, the principal already says, and the welcome speaker has already, both of them has to be says that the sustainable development which is to be going over here, which is to be most related with the educational aspects and also for the technological aspects. And also he quoted the Vaikam Muhammad Bashir and so many other different Gandhijis and their ideas. See, I think in 1987, the Broadland Commission has to be started there in the sustainable development, which has to be, given the idea is that meet the needs of the present without compromising the future generation. ഒരു ഫ്യൂച്ചർ ജനറേഷൻ്റെ വരാനിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു തലമുറയുടെ ആവശ്യങ്ങളെ നിരാകരിക്കാതെ നിലവിലുള്ള സമൂഹത്തിൻ്റെ ആവശ്യങ്ങളെ പൂർത്തീകരിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയുള്ള ഒരു പ്രവർത്തന രീതിയാണ് സസ്റ്റൈനബിൾ ഡെവലപ്മെൻറ്റ് എന്നതാണ് 1987 ബ്രോഡ്ലാൻഡ് കമ്മീഷൻ അവതരിപ്പിച്ച ഒരു ആശയത്തിൻ്റെ അടിസ്ഥാനം. But whatever we are expecting at the sustainable development from this conference, and we can expect a fruitful result which maybe have to come over here. But the road had to be too much complex. But at the same time, we will have to get some potential ideas which will be come out. We will be expecting them. നമ്മെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം പിന്നെ ഈ സസ്റ്റൈനബിൾ ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് എക്കണോമി ആണെങ്കിലും even otherwise in the environmental, social and economical aspect, we can divide that is to be in the 3 parts, that is the environmental, economy and the social part. Within this economy, within this the education, technology and the social and so many other parts to be coming. ഈ മൂന്ന് വ്യവസ്ഥിതികൾക്കകത്തും നിന്നുകൊണ്ടാണ് വ്യത്യസ്തങ്ങളായ വിവിധങ്ങളായ വശങ്ങളെക്കുറിച്ച് നമുക്കറിയാനും പഠിക്കാനും മനസ്സിലാക്കാനും ഒക്കെ സാധിക്കാവുന്ന ഒരു ഇൻ്റഗ്രേഷൻ ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ ക്രമീകരിക്കാൻ സാധിക്കാവുന്നത് എന്നതാണ് നമ്മുടെ മുമ്പിലുള്ള ഒരു ആശയം എന്ന് ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത്. ഈ ഒരു കാലഘട്ടങ്ങളിലെ പിന്നെ എന്താണ് മറ്റുള്ളവരുടെ പ്രയാസങ്ങളെ ഇല്ലാതാക്കിക്കൊണ്ട് മറ്റുള്ളവരെ ആക്രമിക്കാതെ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ മറ്റുള്ളവരെ നശിപ്പിക്കാതെ ഒരു ജനറേഷനെ, ഒരു സമൂഹത്തെ, ഒരു ഇക്കോളജിയെ, ഒരു ഇക്കണോമിയെ, ഒരു സോഷ്യൽ ആക്ടിവിറ്റീസിനെ നശിപ്പിക്കാതെ ഒരു സമൂഹത്തിന് വ്യത്യസ്തങ്ങളായ തലങ്ങളിൽ എങ്ങനെ നിലനിൽക്കാൻ കഴിയും എന്നതിനുള്ള ഒരു ഇൻ്റഗ്രേറ്റഡ് മോട്ടിവേഷൻ ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ കഴിയുമോ എന്ന് പരിശോധിക്കുക എന്നതാണ് ഇതുകൊണ്ട് ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത് എന്ന് ഞാൻ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നു. There are so many different ideas. നമുക്കറിയാം ഒരുപാടേറെ വ്യത്യസ്തങ്ങളായ തലങ്ങളിൽ ആ ഇൻ്റഗ്രേഷൻ നടത്താൻ സാധ്യതയുണ്ട്. ആ ഇൻ്റഗ്രേഷൻ നടത്തിയിട്ട് മുന്നോട്ട് പോകുന്ന സമൂഹമുണ്ട്. ആ ഇൻ്റഗ്രേഷൻ നടത്തി എങ്ങനെ സമൂഹത്തിനെ ആധാരമായി നിലനിൽക്കാൻ കഴിയുമെന്ന് പരിശോധിക്കാൻ കഴിയുമെന്നതൊക്കെ വാസ്തവമാണ്. I'm not going to the details of because there are so many other different the 2 eminent speakers and also what is his name, that Mrs. Kribina Pathak and Mr. Omar Muhammad is also to be going to be explain the sustainable development which is to be related in the ecology, the environment and the social and also in the education. They will be going to doing that duties. But at the same time, നമ്മൾ ഈ കേരളത്തിൽ ജീവിക്കുന്ന, ഇന്ത്യയിൽ ജീവിക്കുന്നതിനെ സംബന്ധിച്ചോളം ഒരു ഇൻ്റഗ്രേഷൻ ഇക്കണോമിക്കലാണെങ്കിലും സോഷ്യലാണെങ്കിലും എൻവയൺമെൻ്റ് ആണെങ്കിലും ഇന്ന് പിന്നെ ജനറേഷൻ വിച്ച് ഇസ് ദ ഫ്യൂച്ചർ ജനറേഷൻ the present generation അവരുടെ ആവശ്യങ്ങൾ നിരാകരിക്കാതെ വരാനിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു ആശയങ്ങളെ പൂർത്തീകരിക്കണമെന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ നമ്മളെ തന്നെ സ്വയം ആലോചിക്കുകയും നമ്മളെ തന്നെ സ്വയം ചിന്തിക്കുകയും ചെയ്യുന്ന അല്ലെങ്കിൽ സ്വയം നമ്മളുടെ ഒരു കാലഘട്ടത്തെക്കുറിച്ചും പ്രവർത്തന രീതികളെക്കുറിച്ചും ചിന്തിക്കുന്നത് നല്ലതായിരിക്കുമെന്നാണ് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നത്. ഇപ്പോൾ പരിസ്ഥിതിയെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് we are not going to bother about it. We are even in Kerala or in India, we are not going to because the development is to be starting, development is to be going even in the more any other aspect. ഏത് മേഖലകളിലാണെങ്കിലും ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് വരണമെന്ന് നമ്മൾ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നു. It's an industrial development or the technological development or any other construction mode of development. But everything is to be destroying the ecology. ആ ഇക്കോളജിയെ നശിപ്പിച്ചിട്ടാണ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇക്കോളജിയെ ഇല്ലാതാക്കിക്കൊണ്ടാണ് ആ ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് വരുന്നത് എന്ന് നമുക്കറിയാം. Even if you are shifting from there to the social aspects, നമ്മളൊരു സോഷ്യൽ ആസ്പെക്ട്സിലേക്കാണ് മാറുന്നത് എങ്കിൽ ഈവൻ ദ പ്രസന്റ് സിറ്റുവേഷൻസ് ഓഫ് ദ യൂത്ത് ആൻഡ് അത് മറ്റുള്ള പ്രായമായ ആളുകളുടെയും മനുഷ്യരുടെ ഒരു കാലോചിതമായ നിലപാടുകളെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് നമ്മൾ ചിന്തിക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ നമ്മളത് എങ്ങനെയാണ് കാണുന്നത് നമുക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും അറിയാം. നമുക്കറിയാം നമ്മുടെ കുട്ടികളൊക്കെ നന്നായി പഠിക്കുന്നു, ഈ സമൂഹത്തിൽ നല്ല വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം ഉണ്ടാകുന്നു. ആ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം ഉണ്ടായി നമ്മളൊരു ഫ്യൂച്ചർ ജനറേഷനെ കുറിച്ചാണ്. ഇന്നലകളിലെ പാരമ്പര്യവും പൈതൃകവും ഉപയോഗപ്പെടുത്തിക്കൊണ്ട് അവരുടെയൊക്കെ ഈവൻ വിതിൻ ദാറ്റ് സെക്ഷൽ റിലേഷൻഷിപ്പ് ആൻഡ് ദ പ്രൊക്രിയേഷൻ വിച്ച് ഹാസ് ടു ബി ഡെവലപ്ഡ് ദ ഹ്യൂമൻ ബീങ്. ആ ഹ്യൂമൻ ബീങ്ങിന്റെ ഡെവലപ്മെന്റിന്റെ ആധാരമായാണ് ഞാൻ നിങ്ങളുമൊക്കെ ഇവിടെ ഇരിക്കുന്നത്. Now we are thinking that there is no need of the marriage itself or the relationship itself or the interactions itself. നമ്മൾ ഒരു സ്വയം ഒരു വൈവാഹിക ബന്ധത്തിലേക്ക് പോകണ്ട എന്ന് ചിന്തിക്കുന്ന ഒരു തരത്തിലേക്ക് വരെ നമ്മൾ എത്തി നിൽക്കുന്ന ഒരു കാലഘട്ടങ്ങളിൽ നമ്മെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം വരാനിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു ഫ്യൂച്ചർ ജനറേഷൻ ഏത് തരത്തിലായിരിക്കുമെന്ന് ചിന്തിക്കേണ്ടുന്ന ഒരു ബാധ്യത നമ്മൾക്കുണ്ട്. യു ഹാവ് ടു തിങ്ക് അബൌട്ട് ഇറ്റ് ആൻഡ് യു ഹാവ് ടു ഡിസ്കസ് അബൌട്ട് ഇറ്റ്, ഹൗ ദ പ്രസന്റ് സിറ്റുവേഷൻ, ഹൗ ദ പ്രസന്റ് യൂത്ത് ആൻഡ് ഹൗ ദ പ്രസന്റ് ജനറേഷൻസ് ഈസ് ടു ബി കീപ്പിംഗ് ദെയർ റിലേഷൻഷിപ്പ് between each other, if it is been the socially recognized or it is socially accepted or it is to be the religious accepted, something, each and every way. ഏത് മേഖലകളിലാണ് ഇത് അംഗീകരിക്കുന്നത്, ഏത് തരത്തിലാണ് ഇതിന്റെ നിലപാടുകൾ സ്വീകരിക്കുന്നത് എന്നതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് അറിയാനും മനസ്സിലാക്കാനും സാധിക്കണം. ആൻഡ് വി ഹാവ് ടു തിങ്ക് അബൌട്ട് ദ ഫ്യൂച്ചർ ജനറേഷൻ. എന്നിട്ട് വേണം നമ്മൾ ഫ്യൂച്ചർ ജനറേഷനെ കുറിച്ച് ചിന്തിക്കാൻ. നമ്മൾ ഇന്നിവിടെ എത്തി നിൽക്കുന്നത് ഇന്നലകളുടെ നിലപാടുകളെയൊക്കെ ഉപയോഗപ്പെടുത്തിക്കൊണ്ടാണ് എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ നാളെ ഇതേ തരത്തിൽ നമ്മുടെ ഒരു വരും തലമുറയെ മുന്നോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോകാനുള്ള ബാധ്യത നമുക്കുണ്ട് എന്നിരിക്കെ വി ഹാവ് ടു തിങ്ക് അബൌട്ട് ഇറ്റ് ഇൻ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ. പിന്നെ ടെക്നോളജിക്കൽ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ ഉണ്ട്, സോഷ്യൽ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ ഉണ്ട്. ഈ തരത്തിലൂടെയുള്ള എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ, വ്യത്യസ്ത തലങ്ങളിലുള്ള എഡ്യൂക്കേഷണൽ കപ്പാസിറ്റി നമുക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും ഉണ്ട്. നമ്മുടെ മുമ്പിൽ ഒരുപാടേറെ വഴികളുണ്ട്. ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ ഇന്റലിജൻസിലെ വി ആർ മൂവിങ് ടു ബി ദ ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ ഇന്റലിജൻസ്. ആ ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ ഇന്റലിജൻസിലേക്ക് പോകുന്നു. അതിൻ്റെ വരാനിരിക്കുന്ന ഭാവിയുടെ പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങളെക്കുറിച്ച് നാളെ അത് എങ്ങനെ ഈ സമൂഹത്തെയും ഇതിന്റെ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷനെയും മനുഷ്യരുടെ ചിന്തയെയും ഒക്കെ ബാധിക്കുമെന്നതിനെ കുറിച്ച് സ്വാഭാവികമായുള്ള ഒരു തിങ്കിങ്, ആ ഒരു ഡെവലപ്മെന്റിനെ കുറിച്ച് നിങ്ങൾ ചിന്തിക്കേണ്ടതുണ്ട്. യു ഹാവ് ടു കമ്പയർ ബിറ്റ്വീൻ ദ പ്രസന്റ് എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ ആൻഡ് ദ ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് വിച്ച് ഇസ് ടു ബി കമ്മിങ് ബൈ ദ ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ ഇന്റലിജൻസ്. ആ തരത്തിൽ ഏത് തരത്തിലൂടെയാണ് നമുക്കത് നാളെ നമ്മുടെ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷണൽ ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷനെ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷണൽ കപ്പാസിറ്റിയെ ബാധിക്കുക എന്നതിനെ കുറിച്ച് നിങ്ങൾ ചിന്തിക്കേണ്ടത്. ആൻഡ് ആൾസോ ഈവൻ നമ്മെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ ഇന്റലിജൻസ്, ഹൗ ഇറ്റ്സ് ടു ബി റിഫ്ലക്ടിങ് ദ റിലേഷൻഷിപ്പ് ബിറ്റ്വീൻ മാൻ ആൻഡ് ദ ഹ്യൂമൻ ബീയിങ്സുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടുകൊണ്ടുള്ള റിലേഷൻഷിപ്പ് നാളെ ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ ഇന്റലിജൻസിനെ എങ്ങനെ ബാധിക്കുമെന്നതിനെ കുറിച്ച് കൂടി നമ്മൾ ചിന്തിക്കേണ്ടതുണ്ട്. ബിക്കോസ് നമുക്കറിയാം, ഒരു ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ ഇന്റലിജൻസിലൂടെ ഒരു ഇൻഡിവിജ്വൽ ഹ്യൂമൻ ബീയിങ്ങിന്റെ വൈകാരികമായ ഭാവങ്ങളെയും ചേഷ്ടകളെയും പ്രകടനത്തെയും പ്രവർത്തനത്തെയും ഉണ്ടാക്കിയെടുക്കാൻ കഴിയുമെന്നും അത് പരസ്പരം കൈമാറപ്പെടാൻ സാധിക്കാവുന്ന തരത്തിലേക്ക് ഹ്യൂമൻ ബീയിങ്സിനെ ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്ത് കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ കഴിയും എന്ന് പറയുന്ന തരത്തിലേക്ക് ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ ഇന്റലിജൻസ് ബി ഡെവലപ്ഡ് ആൻഡ് ഓൾസോ ഇറ്റ്സ് ബി ഗോയിങ് ടു ഡെവലപ്പിംഗ്. അപ്പം ആ ഒരു ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് അകത്ത് ഹൗ ഇറ്റ് വിൽ ബി ഗോയിങ് ടു ഇഫക്ട് ദ ഹ്യൂമൻ ബീയിങ് ആൻഡ് ദ റിലേഷൻഷിപ്പ് ആൻഡ് ദ റിലീജിയസ് കപ്പാസിറ്റി എന്നതിനെ കുറിച്ച് നമ്മൾ ചിന്തിക്കേണ്ടതുണ്ട്. സോ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു വരുന്നത്, ഇങ്ങനെ വ്യത്യസ്തങ്ങളായ തലങ്ങളിൽ whenever we are talking about the sustainable development in the integrate, how can it be integrating? All this development is to be integrated. എങ്ങനെയാണ് നമുക്ക് ആ ഇന്റഗ്രേഷൻ സാധ്യമാകുക? ആ ഇന്റഗ്രേഷൻ സാധ്യമായി അതെങ്ങനെ സമൂഹത്തെ ബാധിക്കും, അതെങ്ങനെ ഇക്കോളജി, ഹൗ ഇറ്റ്സ് ബി എഫക്ട് ദ ഇക്കണോമി, ഹൗ ടു ബി ഇക്കോളജി ആൻഡ് ഹൗ ടു ബി ആൻഡ് ദ സോഷ്യൽ, ഈ തരങ്ങളെയൊക്കെ ഏത് തരത്തിലൂടെ ബാധിക്കുമെന്നതിനെ കുറിച്ച് പഠിക്കാനും പരിശോധിക്കാനും അനലൈസ് ചെയ്യാനും എവാലുവേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാനും സാധിക്കാവുന്ന തരത്തിലൂടെയുള്ള ഒരു സെമിനാർ ആയിരിക്കും 3 ദിവസം ഇവിടെ നടക്കുക എന്ന് ഞാൻ പ്രതീക്ഷിക്കുന്നു. ആ ഒരു തരത്തിൽ വരാനിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു സമൂഹം ഫ്യൂച്ചർ ജനറേഷന്റെ ആവശ്യങ്ങളെ കോംപ്രമൈസ് ചെയ്യാതെ ഇന്നത്തെ നീഡ്സിനെ പ്രാവർത്തികമാക്കിക്കൊണ്ട് വരാനിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു തലമുറക്ക് ഗുണപരമായ മാറ്റങ്ങൾക്ക് സാധ്യമാകുന്ന തരത്തിലൂടെയുള്ള ഒരാശയങ്ങളെ ഒരു ഇൻസ്പയറിംഗ് അപ്രോച്ച് നമുക്ക് കൊടുക്കാൻ കഴിയാവുന്ന തരത്തിൽ ഈ സെമിനാർ മാറട്ടെ എന്ന് ഞാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നു. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എല്ലാവിധ ഭാവുകളും ആശംസകളും നേരുന്നു. ഏറ്റവും നന്നായി MES എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷന്റെ ഈ സെമിനാർ മുന്നോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോകാനും വലിയ ഒരു ഉത്തരവാദിത്ത ബോധത്തോടു കൂടിയുള്ള, ധാർമ്മികതയോടുകൂടിയുള്ള, വിശ്വാസതയോടുകൂടിയുള്ള ഒരു സാമൂഹിക പരിവർത്തനത്തിന് ഹേതുവാകുന്ന തരത്തിൽ ഒരു റിസൾട്ട് ഇതിൽ നിന്നുണ്ടാകട്ടെ എന്ന് ഞാൻ പ്രതീക്ഷിക്കുന്നു. എല്ലാവിധ ആശംസകളും നേരുന്നു. വളരെ സന്തോഷത്തോടു കൂടി 3 ദിവസത്തിൽ നടക്കുന്ന ഈ സെമിനാറിന്റെ ഔപചാരികമായ ഉദ്ഘാടന കർമ്മം നിർവഹിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നു എന്ന് അറിയിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ നിർത്തുന്നു. നന്ദി. ജയ് ഹിന്ദ്.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your encouraging message. Dr. Sajeev Krishnan, Professor IISc Bangalore, has arrived in the gathering here. Welcome, sir. Now, let me take a moment to introduce Dr. Rafael Gonzalez Machu. Dr. Rafael Gonzalez Machu is an associate professor at the School of Social Science and Humanities, VIT AP University, Amaravati. He holds a PhD from UNED, Spain, and has an academic background rooted in Spanish language studies, applied linguistics, translation studies, and intercultural research. Now I invite Dr. Rafael Gonzalez Macho to deliver the conference message.
Thank you everybody. Thank you the dignitaries, the students obviously, and the organizing committee who gave me the opportunity of being in Kerala. And I find Kerala a very good place, and I like this college. I think that you are the generation of the future, and I expect, and I can give you an advice, and I expect that you have good 2 days with this conference, and I want you to know what is the importance of this conference. Recalling once upon a time, when I was your age, and I was in my first international conference, I remember that it was in Madrid, in the University of Madrid. And the person who came to give us the conference, to give us the keynote speech, was the Dean of the University of Tbilisi in Georgia, then the Soviet Union. He didn't speak Spanish, and we didn't speak Georgian. And he tried to speak English. I'm not going to say that was a good English, but I'm not going to say that we could understand good English. So we were struggling what he was trying to tell us. He talked about the relations between the Georgian and the Basque, and how they work among the Indo-European languages. It was a fantastic conference, and I remember that conference. It was probably 83, 84, last century. And I remember the auditorium was full of people, students like you, and we were with the eyes open and the ears open, trying to understand what he was saying. So my advice today, and this is everything that I'm going to say, is that keep attentive and listen what people who are coming here to speak are going to say, because surely will be something important for you sometime in the time. So thank you everybody, and thank you very much for having me here.
Thank you, sir. Let's move to the felicitation segment of Insight 4.0, organized by the MES KEVEEYAM College, Valanchery, Kerala, in association with Kerala Higher Education Council. Now I invite Dr. Sajeev Krishnan, Professor IISc Bangalore, to felicitate the gathering. Sir, please.
നമ്മുടെ MLAക്ക് അത്യാവശ്യമായി 1-2 പ്രോഗ്രാമിൽ പങ്കെടുക്കാനുള്ളത് കൊണ്ടാണ് സാറ് നമ്മളിൽ നിന്നും പെട്ടെന്ന് പോകുന്നത്. ഈ സമയത്ത് സജീവ് സാറ് നമ്മുടെ ഒരു ചെറിയ ഉപഹാരം MLAക്ക് കൈമാറാൻ വേണ്ടി ക്ഷണിക്കുകയാണ്. സജീവ് സാറിനെ കൈമാറുന്നതിന് MLA ഏറ്റുവാങ്ങുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടി ക്ഷണിക്കുന്നു.
Because they made it then.
Good morning, all. ഞാൻ ഇവിടെ മലയാളത്തിൽ സംസാരിക്കാൻ കുറച്ച് കാരണം എന്നോട് ടോക്ക് കൊടുക്കാൻ പറഞ്ഞത് മുഴുവൻ മലയാളത്തിൽ സംസാരിക്കാൻ പറഞ്ഞ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടായിപ്പോൾ. അപ്പോൾ എന്നെ ഫസ്റ്റ് ഓഫ് ഓൾ എന്നെ ഇവിടെ ഈ ഒരു ഫംഗ്ഷന് വേണ്ടി എന്നെ ക്ഷണിച്ച എല്ലാവർക്കും ഞാൻ ആദ്യം നന്ദി രേഖപ്പെടുത്തിക്കൊണ്ട് നിങ്ങളോടൊരു കാര്യം പറയാനുള്ളത്, എനിക്ക് ഇതുപോലത്തെ പ്രസംഗങ്ങളോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇതുപോലത്തെ ഇത് ചെയ്ത് വലിയ പരിചയമൊന്നും ഇല്ലാത്ത ഒരാളാണ്. അപ്പം പക്ഷേ ഞാൻ MESൻ്റെ ഒരു പ്രോഡക്റ്റാണ്. ഞാൻ MES പൊന്നാനിയിൽ പഠിച്ച് MES പൊന്നാനിയിൽ പഠിച്ചിട്ട് പ്രീ ഡിഗ്രി MES പൊന്നാനിയിലായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് MES വളാഞ്ചേരിയോട് എനിക്ക് ചെറിയ കണക്ഷൻസ് ഉണ്ട്. കാരണം എൻ്റെ അനിയൻ ഇവിടെയാണ് പ്രീ ഡിഗ്രി പഠിച്ചത്. സോ ഹി ഡിഡ് ഹിസ് പ്രീ ഡിഗ്രി +2 ഹിയർ, മൈ ബ്രദർ, younger brother. Then when MES started their engineering college, at that time my father, so engineering college was started here. I don't know how many of you know that. MESൻ്റെ engineering college ഇവിടെയാണ് തുടങ്ങി. അപ്പോൾ തുടങ്ങിയപ്പം ആദ്യത്തെ കുറച്ച് 2 വർഷവും മറ്റേ അവരെല്ലാവരും ഇവിടെയായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ആ സമയത്ത് എൻ്റെ അച്ഛൻ ഇവിടെ വർക്ക് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അദ്ദേഹം ഇന്നില്ല, ഹി പാസ്ഡ് അവേ an year and half back. അപ്പോൾ ഇവരെല്ലാം ഓർത്തുകൊണ്ട് ആണ് ഞാനിവിടെ നിൽക്കുന്നതും. പിന്നെ ഞാനൊരു അപ്ലിക്കൻ്റ് ആയിരുന്നു പണ്ട് ഇവിടെ, ബട്ട് ഫോർച്ചുനേറ്റ്ലി ഐ ഗോട്ട് സീറ്റ് ഇൻ പൊന്നാനി, സോ ഐ വെൻ ദെയർ. അന്ന് ഇവിടെ സീറ്റ് കിട്ടാൻ പാടായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ വാട്ട് ഇറ്റ് ഷോസ് ദാറ്റ്, എന്താണത് കാണിക്കുന്നതെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ, വളാഞ്ചേരി MES വളരെ ഹൈ സ്റ്റാൻഡേർഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ കൊടുക്കുന്ന ഒരു സ്ഥാപനമാണ്. അതാണ് എൻ്റെ മനസ്സിലെ വളാഞ്ചേരി MES എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ വളാഞ്ചേരി MES പോലത്തെ ഒരു സ്ഥലത്ത് ഇതുപോലത്തെ സെമിനാറുകൾ നടക്കുമ്പോൾ എന്നെപ്പോലുള്ള ഒരാൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നത് ഇന്നും വളാഞ്ചേരി MES ആ സ്റ്റാൻഡേർഡ് കീപ്പ് ചെയ്യാൻ ശ്രമിക്കുന്നുണ്ട് എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. അതാണ് ഒരു സെമിനാറിൻ്റെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ മെസ്സേജ്. സോ വെനെവർ ഇതുപോലത്തെ ഒരു സെമിനാറൊക്കെ നടത്തുമ്പോൾ മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ് ക്യാൻ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അഡ്മിനിസ്ട്രേഷൻ ക്യാൻ ജസ്റ്റ് ഓർഗനൈസ് ഇറ്റ്. ഇതിൽ നിന്ന് വെനെവർ ദർ ഇസ് എ സെമിനാർ, വെനെവർ ദർ ഇസ് എ ഗാദറിംഗ്, വെനെവർ പീപ്പിൾ ലൈക്ക് eminent personalities including member of legislative assembly, when people like that ഇവിടെ വരുന്ന സമയത്ത് നിങ്ങൾ എന്താ ചെയ്യേണ്ടതെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ യു ഷുഡ് എന്താ പറയേണ്ടത്, നിങ്ങളെപ്പോലുള്ളവർ ഇത് യൂട്ടിലൈസ് ചെയ്യണം. അപ്പം ഇത്രയും കുട്ടികളെ ഉള്ളൂ പിന്നെ വളാഞ്ചേരി MESലല്ല. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ നെക്സ്റ്റ് ടൈം ഒക്കെ ഇതുപോലത്തെ വരുമ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ ഇങ്ങനെ നിറയണം കുട്ടികൾ. ഓക്കെ, കാരണം നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇവിടുന്ന് തിരിച്ചു കൊണ്ടുപോകാൻ ഒരുപാട് കാണും. എല്ലാവരും ചെറിയൊരു കാര്യമായാലും ഇതിൽ നിന്ന് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് തിരിച്ചു കൊണ്ടുപോകാൻ. അപ്പം ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ ടോക്കിലാണെങ്കിലും ഞാൻ മുഴുവൻ സയൻസ് അല്ല സംസാരിക്കാൻ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത്. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഫ്യൂച്ചറിൽ എന്ത് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും, കാരണം എനിക്കറിയാം നിങ്ങളാരും ജിയോളജിക്കാരല്ല, ഞാനൊരു ജിയോളജി പ്രൊഫസറാണ്. അപ്പം ഞാൻ സംസാരിക്കുന്നത് ജിയോളജി എന്താണെന്ന് അറിയാത്തൊരു ഓഡിയൻസിനോടാണ്. ഇതെനിക്ക് വളരെ വ്യക്തമായിട്ട് അറിയാം. ഞാൻ സാറോട് ചോദിക്കുകയും ചെയ്തായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ഈ സെമിനാർ നന്നായിട്ട് പോട്ടെ, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് നല്ല ഇൻഫർമേഷൻസ് കിട്ടട്ടെ, ഫ്യൂച്ചറിലും അത് യൂസ്ഫുൾ ആകട്ടെ എന്ന് ആശംസിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ വാക്കുകൾ.
Thank you, sir. Up next, we have Mr. Abdul Latif K, Chairman of College Management Committee, for the felicitation. Sir, please.
The distinguished guest on the dais, dear respected delegates, dear students and teachers. It's a proud moment for our institution that we are continuously, this is the 4th time we are conducting international seminar of highest level. And in this seminar, we are going to present around 300 papers on different subjects. And I am confident that the deliberations in the seminars will culminate into a meaningful outcome in the way of research or a meaningful outcome which will help in the learning teaching process. In this auspicious occasion, I would like to congratulate all the delegates, respected delegates presented here, and also the delegates who are going to present the important papers in the coming 3 days. And also, I particularly congratulate on behalf of the management for arranging this hall and the infrastructure facilities and very important guests and all other amenities here. I particularly congratulate all of them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, I invite Dr. Muhammad Ali P, Secretary of College Management Committee. Sir, please.
Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Abid Hussain Tangal, MLA, in his absence. Dr. Rafael Gonsalves, Principal Professor Sajid PP, Abdul Latif K, the Chairman of the College Management Committee, Dr. Vinod Sir, other dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, delegates, dear students, good morning to you all. This is a very important occasion for our institution because this is the inaugural session of the 4th edition of INSIGHT, the international conference on integrating disciplines for sustainable development. As the Secretary of the Management Committee, we are immensely happy that the INSIGHT is continuing and reached into its 4th edition. And my dear students, especially the research scholars, PG students, and of course, the UG students who are in the FYUGP, for you, these kind of experiences are very important. Our institution is committed to provide you the campus experiences of various kind, which will be cherished by you in your lifetime. That is our dream. Not only in science and technology, but in the curricular, extracurricular, and other skilling activities. The institution is committed to provide you all kind of relevant experiences. And we are sure that this is part of the holistic education. And the management is, once again, tell you that we are committed in providing the facilities required. And the faculty members, the principal, head of the departments, IQAC coordinator, and all the stakeholders are taking part in the process of taking this institution into a higher altitude of excellence. That is what we can see. And I am sure that the institution is doing well in all frontiers, and this is also part of such activity. Once again, congratulations to the team INSIGHT 4.0, Dr. Nabil Roshan, the coordinator, and the assistant coordinators, Krishna Prabha Madam, Nawaz, the IQAC coordinator, and all the team, spearheaded by the principal, Professor Sajid sir, and his team. So congratulations once again, and best wishes to this program. Thank you. Have a nice day. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Professor Parayil Moideen Kuti, Treasurer of College Management Committee, to address the gathering. Sir, please.
Good morning. President of the function, respected Principal, Professor Shajit, other dignitaries on and of the dais, my colleagues, friends, and dear students. the fourth series of Insight, the International Conference on Sustainable Development has been formally inaugurated, and now we are going through the session of felicitations. I am taking this opportunity to felicitate the function, and I am congratulating the organizing committee for organizing this program in a very beautiful way or in a very attractive way. Of course, as you know, the Insight is a flagship program of our MES KEVEEYAM College. And I am very proud to say that in the last 3 years, we were in a position to organize this Insight in a very attractive way or in a very systematic and scientific way. And of course, I am sure that under the leadership of Professor Shajit, the organizing committee might have made all the necessary arrangements to make this session also or this program also successful. I think these kinds of program is very relevant or very important in the modern world. As you know, the world is changing day by day, or whenever we can see that drastic changes takes place in all sectors. It may be either, it may be in science, or it may be in commerce, or it may be in economics or literature, whatever may be. Here being the people who are related with academics, we should be able to understand and we should be able to cope with the changing conditions. And of course, I am sure that whenever we are organizing these types of programs, these types of conferences, automatically this conference helps us to open a new horizon, or we can say to open a new world of information and knowledge. And of course, here the delegates assembled here, you are getting an opportunity to interact with a large number of intellectuals, a large number of learned professors, and a large number of researchers and scholars. And of course, I request you to utilize the occasion, and I am not prolonging my speech. Once again, I am congratulating the organizers, and as a representative of the management, I offer that here whenever our college organizes any academic programs, we are always used to give maximum support, and I offer full support for all the activities of the activities which are organized in this esteemed institution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Dr. K.P. Vinod Kumar, former principal of MES KEVEEYAM College, for the felicitation.
Respected Principal Shajit PP, Honorable MLA Abid Hussain Tangal, eminent professors, Rafael, G. Krishnan sir, other management team members, research scholars, academicians from various countries, various places here, assembled here. It's indeed a great honor and privilege for me to attend a function that KEVEEYAM is hosting now. It's the 4th edition of Insights. From a humble beginning, the conference has already been marked as one of the best run conferences in the nearby areas. And definitely, it leaps and comes in very future years. John Gray once said, metamorphically, men are from Mars, women are from Venus. The era has been gone. And definitely, MES institutions has been following the path with the Mumbai starting MESCON 10 years back. Now, almost all MES campuses are doing wonderfully integrating the discipline of various disciplines. Here we have integrating literature, commerce, management, science, etc. It has been a very good occasion for the research scholars, participants. Running a 3-day conference in 6 venues, participating over 300 delegates here is not an easy task. I congratulate the whole team, management, principal, faculty members, students, research scholars for bringing a wonderful action in this campus. I am not taking much of time. I just want to, the importance of multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary learning in research as well as integration of topics. You might have heard about, if you've gone through the last report of industry survey, it is specifically stated, Rangareddy district of Telangana, the per capita capital is 11,72,000 rupees per population. If you look at the Kerala districts, one of the hardest districts, if you look at it, it may be 2,40,000. Why Telangana become one of the top run institutions, one of the top run districts in the country? Just because of the multidisciplinarity. You see
a number of research labs there, number of biotechnology labs are there, a number of other areas like they are being the outsourcing equipments for many multinational companies. So that kind of integration is needed in our academic disciplines too. Then one more thing I would like to mention is, if you look at the academic institutions or research institutions, how they are integrating with the business practices. You might have heard about the Indigo. From a simple market share of 18%, just before 1 month, the market share of Indigo is almost 64%. Out of a total number of 16 crores people flying in the country, almost 10 crores being accounted by Indigo alone, just because of how they are being in the business. When you are in business, do the business with the various stakeholders. Now, it has been a wonderful story for just 1 month back. The entire business that has been pulled down. So that indicates the sustainability is what the matters. So I am not taking further. I once again congratulate the entire team KEVEEYAM, and I am sure it will be a 3-day absorbing sessions for the delegates here, and do the best. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable presence. Next, I invite Dr. Nisabdi, IQAC Coordinator of MES KEVEEYAM College.
Respected Chair and the Principal of our college, Professor Shadi PP, other dignitaries on and of the dais, delegates from other colleges, my dear colleagues and student friends. Good morning. I am truly delighted to stand before you at this 4th edition of our international conference, Insight 4. 4 years back, we started at the guideship of our Raju sir. He was a principal at that time. And the guidance of our Mohammed Ali sir, we started the international conference 4 years back. At that time, almost all the session was online. And when Vinod sir came to our college, he lifted our program to another level. For the last 2 years, we conducted very beautifully the program. And this year, too, our principal Shaji sir gave new direction and lifted our program to high altitude. Our graph really showing an upward movement. And I truly believe that this program will be beneficial to our students and our teachers too. It's really lifted the number of publications from very, very high levels. And I'm happy to mention a name that is the head of the institution, our Shaji sir. This year, we got around 300 papers from inside and outside the state. That was really, that's number really indicating the importance of this Insight 4 edition. And I would like to mention another name, our chairman, that's head of our federal bank, Valanchery, Mr. Sabi, who's giving the financial support for the last 2 years. And this year there is a slight decrease in the amount, and I'm pretty sure that next year it will, they will give plenty of support for our financial support for the program. And I conclude my speech. Have a nice day. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Dr. Raji A.L., Secretary of Staff, to the felicitation.
Good morning, all. Respected Principal, other dignitaries, distinguished resource persons, esteemed guests, colleagues, participants, my dear students, we all gathered here for the 4th Insight International Conference on Integrating Disciplines for Sustainable Development. And this academic platform surely stands as a testament to our collective commitment to knowledge sharing, critical inquiry, and global collaboration. I sincerely appreciate the coordinators and congratulate the organizing team, the whole MES KEVEEYAM family, and grateful to the management for their dedication and meticulous efforts in bringing together scholars and participants from diverse backgrounds. And my heartfelt gratitude to the speakers and delegates whose presence and contributions make this conference meaningful and intellectually enriching. And I wish all the success for the conference and hope the deliberations of the 3-day conference lead to productive discussions, new perspectives, and lasting academic collaborations. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I invite Mr. Shabi, Manager of Federal Bank, Valanchery branch, for the felicitation.
വേദിയിലിരിക്കുന്ന വിശിഷ്ട വ്യക്തികളെ, അധ്യാപകന്മാരെ, പ്രിയപ്പെട്ട കുട്ടികളെ, ഫെഡറൽ ബാങ്കുമായിട്ട് എന്നും വളരെയധികം സഹകരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു കോളേജാണ് MES കോളേജ്. MES കോളേജിൻ്റെ ഒരു 4th ഇൻ്റർനാഷണൽ കോൺഫറൻസ് ഇൻസൈറ്റ് 4.0 അതിലേക്ക് ഫെഡറൽ ബാങ്കിനെ ക്ഷണിച്ചതിൽ ആദ്യമായിട്ട് നന്ദി പറയുകയാണ്. അതിനോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ ഈ 3 ദിവസം നടക്കുന്ന എല്ലാ സ്കോളേഴ്സിൻ്റെയും ഡിസ്കഷനും എല്ലാം കഴിഞ്ഞ് ഒരു ഗ്രേറ്റ് ഫ്യൂച്ചറിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള നൂതന ആശയങ്ങൾ ഇതിലൂടെ ഉണ്ടാവട്ടെ എന്ന് ആശംസിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ നിർത്തുന്നു. താങ്ക് യു.
Thank you, sir. Finally, I invite Mr. Ajsel, Chairman of Avaz College Union of MES KEVEEYAM College, to share his thoughts.
വേദിയിലും സദസ്സിലുമായിരിക്കുന്ന വിശിഷ്ടാതിഥികൾ, അധ്യാപകർ, മറ്റു വിദ്യാർത്ഥി സുഹൃത്തുക്കളെ, ഇൻ്റഗ്രേറ്റിംഗ് ഡിസിപ്ലിൻ ഫോർ സസ്റ്റൈനബിൾ ഡെവലപ്മെൻറ്റ് എന്ന വിഷയത്തിൽ നടക്കുന്ന ഈ അന്താരാഷ്ട്ര സെമിനാറിൽ വിദ്യാർത്ഥികളുടെ ഭാഗമായി ഇവിടെ നിന്ന് സംസാരിക്കാൻ സാധിച്ചതിൽ അതിയായ സന്തോഷമുണ്ട്. അതിൽ ക്ഷണിച്ച കോളേജ് മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റിന് കൃതജ്ഞത അറിയിക്കുന്നു. നമുക്കറിയാം, കഴിഞ്ഞ കുറച്ച് വർഷങ്ങളായി നമ്മുടെ കോളേജിൽ നടക്കുന്ന ഒരു പ്രോഗ്രാമാണ് ഇൻ്റർനാഷണൽ കോൺഫറൻസ്. അതിൻ്റെ 4ാമത്തെ എഡിഷനാണ് ഇന്നും നാളെയും മറ്റന്നാളുമായി ഇവിടെ നടക്കാൻ പോകുന്നത്. ഒരു വിദ്യാർത്ഥി എന്ന നിലയ്ക്ക് ആർട്സും സയൻസും ഒരുമിച്ച് കൊണ്ടുപോകുവാൻ ഇതുപോലുള്ള വേദികൾ നമുക്ക് സഹായകമാകാറുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ വന്ന് സംസാരിക്കുന്ന സയൻറ്റിസ്റ്റുകളും തത്വചിന്തകരുമായി ഐഡിയാസ് കൺവേ ചെയ്തും അതുപോലെ ഇൻട്രാക്ഷൻ സെക്ഷൻ സംഘടിപ്പിച്ചും അതൊക്കെ നമ്മുടെ വിദ്യാർത്ഥികൾക്ക് അവരുടെ മുന്നോട്ടുള്ള ജീവിതത്തിൽ ഒരുപാട് അറിവുകൾ ലഭിക്കാൻ കാരണമാകാറുണ്ട്. ഈ ഇൻ്റർനാഷണൽ കോൺഫറൻസിൽ നിന്ന് ഉരുത്തിരിഞ്ഞു വരുന്ന ആശയങ്ങളും മൂല്യങ്ങളും അറിവുകളും നാളത്തെ തലമുറക്ക് കൂടി പ്രയോജനപ്പെടട്ടെ എന്ന് ആശംസിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ നിർത്തുന്നു. അതുപോലെ ഇതുപോലുള്ള വേദികൾ വിദ്യാർത്ഥികൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി ഒരുക്കി തരുന്ന മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റിനും മറ്റു അധ്യാപകർ ഇതിൻ്റെ കോർഡിനേറ്റേഴ്സ് എല്ലാവർക്കും ഒരു കൃതജ്ഞത അറിയിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് നിർത്തുന്നു. നന്ദി.
Thank you, SSL. Now, I invite Dr. Krishna Prabha, Joint Coordinator of Insight 4.0, to propose the vote of thanks.
Respected dignitaries on and off the dais, a warm good morning to all of you. So proudly, I am standing before you on the 4th edition, inaugural session of the 4th edition of Insight 4.0. Surely this will act as a platform benefiting our students to interact with eminent academicians and will be a true motivation for all our students. Now I would like to mention our beloved principal, Professor Shajit sir, who has been a constant pillar of motivation, a back support for organizing this program. Thank you, sir, for all your support. I would like to thank our beloved MLA, Professor Abid Hussain sir, who enlightened us with very fruitful thoughts. And in his absence, on behalf of the team KEVEEYAM, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our MLA. I now warmly extend heartful vote of thanks to Professor Rafael Gonzalez, who has graciously blessed this occasion by his presence, and he'll be here with us sharing his thoughts, research experience. Thank you, sir, for being here. I would like to mention a special mention to Professor Sajeev sir, who has kindly consented to support us, not only by his presence, but he also supported us by associating two of his research scholars from his department. Thank you, sir, for all your support. Vinod sir, our principal, even though our former principal, we still have a position in our heart and would like to mention our principal. Thank you, sir, for being present here. Our college management committee is a strong pillar who always motivate and support us. I now would like to thank our chairman Latif sir, our management committee secretary Mohammad Ali sir, and treasurer Moidin Gutti sir for their presence in the inaugural session. Also, I would like to mention our two foreign delegates who has kindly consented to be part of the conference and deliver their papers. Thank you, Omar, and thank you, Kribina. I would also like to give our sincere thanks to our alumni, Habib sir is here, and also PTA, and the college union and chairman Adsal for their support. Also, thanks to the Federal Bank for their financial support for the conference for the past 2 years. I'd like to specially mention Kerala Higher Education Council for their academic collaboration, our team IQAC headed by Nisab sir, and also I would like to mention all the resource persons who has kindly consented to be part of this 3-day international conference, both offline and in the online mode. Also the participants who have been here with us, both offline and also in the online mode. I would like to greet them, and I would like to extend our thanks, heartfelt thanks to all of them. And the staff secretary regimes, all the teaching faculties who are also the organizing committee members of this conference, and our students, delegates. Thank you, all of you, from the part of the organizing committee. Thank you, one and all. Now we are putting down the curtain of the inaugural session, and the further technical session will be going on in this venue itself and all the other venues. Thank you all, one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. With this, we conclude the inauguration ceremony of Insight 4.0. Thank you all for being part of this prestigious event. Wishing you an enriching and successful conference experience ahead. Thank you.
After a short tea break, next session will start at 11:45. Please note, refreshments for the students are arranged outside the auditorium, and the refreshment for the delegates are arranged at the food court. Thank you.
എനിക്ക് മോർണിംഗ് വാക്കിനിടയ്ക്ക് നിൽക്കാൻ തീരെ ഇഷ്ടമല്ല.
ഇങ്ങനെ നോൺ സ്റ്റോപ്പ് നടക്കുമ്പോ ഇദ്ദേഹത്തിന് ശ്വാസം മുട്ടും. പക്ഷെ ഇദ്ദേഹം അത് സമ്മതിക്കോ?
ഇയാൾ ഇടയ്ക്കിടയ്ക്ക് നിൽക്കും.
അപ്പൊ ഞാനൊരു പണി പറ്റിക്കും. ഇടയ്ക്കിടയ്ക്ക് നിൽക്കും. ചിലപ്പോ പൂ പൊട്ടിക്കാൻ, ചിലപ്പോ സൺറൈസ് കാണാൻ,
ചിലപ്പോ
shape and size, where it was, whether it was under an ocean condition or it was on a plate tectonic edge or it was on the top of Himalaya, like that. So he is carrying out with a beautiful team of researchers, and many of our students are there with him, and earlier already they have passed, they have came out with PhD, PDF and all. So once again I welcome Dr. Sajeev for the keynote address on this session. Welcome, Mr. Sajeev.
So again, hello all. So I realized that I don't have to speak in Malayalam because all of you seems to be, except me, most of them speak in English. So which encouraged me to continue in English, which is more comfortable for me. It's not that I'm not comfortable with I love to speak in Malayalam because I rarely speak it. You can ask people from IASC that whenever I get a chance, of course I love to speak my own language. So I belong to this area. So I born and grew up in this area. Brijesh secretly hide that fact. Although he looks older than me, he is fortunately my classmate. We sit together for 3 years in our BSc. But after that he grew faster, you can see that physically. So that doesn't mean that we were not classmates. We still have a good friendship, connection. Why I want to mention this here, many of you will be like that very soon. Many of you will be sitting in big positions, HOD of a department, faculty of an institute, professor in some other place, and keeping that good connection always helps. Okay, so so if you want me to explain anything in Malayalam, please lift your hands, okay? In between, you can stop me, you can ask me. You can ask me to explain again too. Okay? How many of you are research scholars here? Okay. 2, 3, 4. Yes, okay. And others are all masters? Most of you are undergraduates. How many undergraduates? Very good. Okay. So we got a good, then most of you are undergraduate. Where is the master's degree? Equally good. Okay, so why I want to know this, I was asking the organizers here to please tell me the audience. Because it is very difficult to talk when you don't know the audience. How many of you know about Indian Institute of Science? See, this is the problem. Okay, I'm happy that many of you don't know much about Indian Institute of Science because some relevance to what I speaks. So Indian Institute of Science is an institute in Bangalore. This institute, this is the main building of the institute, which started in 1909. So we started the institute in 1909. Okay. Podium. Okay. So I have 1 hour, right, sir? 1 hour, right? Okay. Because I don't prefer to speak. I prefer this rather than. Okay, so so the Indian Institute of Science is a 117-year-old institution. This is the main building of Indian Institute of Science. I will come back to this picture later on also. This institute was initially started by Tatas. So nowadays, many of us speak about corporate social responsibility, CSR. It's a word used everywhere. So Indian Institute of Science is one of the first CSR when CSR was not even there. So Tata spent a big chunk of his wealth to start a science institute. And this is the main building built during those times. Okay? And you can see this building. This is the main building which is taken from where my department is there, somewhere there. You please keep an eye on the back side. It is founded in 1909. And this is now the campus is. You can see Bangalore back there, that is the World Trade Center. So this is Bangalore back there, and this is our campus. Whatever green, what you see there is Indian Institute of Science. Now, talking more about Indian Institute of Science, the founder of the institute is Jamshedji Tata. Yes, this is the same Tata of Tata Group, who found Tata Group, Taj Hotels. Along with that, he also found Indian Institute of Science. Then it was an idea by Jamshedji Tata, and then the land was given by Mysore Maharaja. So Mysore Maharaja gave the land, and Jamshedji Tata's idea, at that time government of India, which was with British, so the British Indian government together starts this institute. But looking at the history, so the Jain Tata got inspired by a speech. So in 1889, he thought that, okay, it is important to have research, especially in areas where industrial requirements are there. And then he also talked to his endowment committee member, and then eventually William Ramsay became the first director. So how he get that idea? When Tata was actually traveling from Tokyo to California in a ship, there was an Indian looking sannyasi in that ship. You know this guy? This guy. Okay. You know the famous speech by Vivekananda Swami in Chicago? Right. Swami Vivekananda was going for the exactly same thing in the ship. In the same ship, Jain Tata was there. He was traveling from Tokyo to Chicago. You think. He reached Tokyo and then moving from Tokyo to Chicago in the same ship, and they were discussing about the requirement of a science institute in the country. This happened somewhere 1893, 98, somewhere there, and nobody knows this. And what happened when Tata came back, he sent a letter to, I think Tata sent a letter to Vivekananda thanking him for the long discussion. So later on, this letter was recovered and we came to know how it happened. After that, unfortunately, Tata passed away in between. Then his secretary took it over, and then eventually the institute came into reality in 1909. Now, in Indian Institute of Science have a very long legacy of very eminent people working with us. For example, the Nobel laureate physicist C.V. Raman was our first Indian director of Indian Institute of Science. Then G.N. Ramachandran to Rajeshwari Chatterjee, or many of them, including like Homi J. Baba. These are very few names which I can point out. There are going on more recent people like Vikram Sarabhai, you know this name? Homi J. Baba, you know, right? Baba Atomic Research Center. Vikram Sarabhai? ISRO. Then Rodam Narasimha is a famous, I met him when I joined, he was there. Rodam Narasimha, then from there on I know these people. Satish Dhawan, I don't know, I mean, of course. He is again another chairman of ISRO and director of IASC at the same time. Then I'm very fortunate because she's a Padma Shri. Sulojana Gadgil, she is the founder of Ocean Science, Ocean and Atmospheric Science. Then of course, her husband, Madhu Gadgil, was also our, you know the Gadgil report. All Keralites know Gadgil report. Gadgil was our faculty. Then Rohini is a very famous high energy physicist. I'm very fortunate because when they move to a different building, I am now using her office as my office, fortunately. And putting this legacy together, you can see the TIFR Baba Atomic Research Center was founded by Homijay Baba, who was our faculty before. Then IIM Ahmedabad Indian Space Program, all of these were started by Vikram Sarabhai, who was our student. Then Satish Dhawan, who made the present day IISc and present day ISRO, he was our former director. Then J.C. Ghosh is the, do I have to explain in Malayalam? No, okay, good. So J.C. Ghosh was our director when Nehru wanted to start a similar institute for technology, engineering. So when Nehru was Prime Minister, he requested that time director to, to start a institute which is similar to IISc for technology or engineering. That is the first IIT. So the IIT was started by us. The first IIT in IIT Kharagpur was started by J.C. Ghosh, and then we need more engineers than scientists. So we spread that all over the country. And later on, at some stage, very recently, we also realized that we need more scientists. That is why we start more Indian Institute of Science Education Research, which is very similar to IISc, ISERS. So ISER take our pattern and then start. So that make more scientists. Now, Sena Rao, you know this name, right? Sena Rao, he is still alive. He is Bharat Ratna. He received Bharat Ratna along with Sachin Tendulkar on the same year. So then you may know it. Like that, if I start telling, there are so many people who start multiple institutions. IISc have 7 divisions. We have a division, biological science, chemical science, physical and math, mechanical science, electrical, electronics, interdisciplinary center, and a very recently started medical school. We are starting a medical college. It's just going to start. So we have 7 divisions and about 42 departments. At present, we have about 5,000 students. In these 5,000 students, 3,000 of them are PhD students. We have only 800 undergraduates. So we focus more into research, while IITs focus more into undergraduate engineering. So if you look at our pyramid, you keep it in upside down, inverted pyramid is what IIT is. Same system, but make more undergraduates and very less research scholars. We put the other way around, we have less undergraduates and many PhD students. We have about 700 plus courses and 500 faculties. We do publish around 2,000 papers per year, approximately, okay? And we have 500 faculties around. We have state-of-the-art facilities across the campus. We have a nanofab facility, supercomputers. We also have technology like a MRI, large MRI facility where we can use them for research. Then ranking. Nowadays people talk about ranking and ranking. We are having one of the top rank institute in the country where rank 1 institute in the country on THE ranking or NIRF ranking. We are rank 1 university and also rank 1 research institute. And we are also Ministry of Education's Institute of Eminence. And if you look at the nature indexing, we are top ranking in most of the subject area And health science is very new for us, that's why we are on 7. Okay, so this is a rough idea where the main focus area is quantum technology, vaccine and drug discoveries, digital health, biomedical devices. Why I am telling all this? You people are not geologists, I know. So these are opportunities for you to find out, okay, this is what I want. Please do write GATE exam. Please do write GATE exam. Please appear for interviews in IISc and IITs. This is a good experience, first of all. So I want to see more students coming for interviews from IISc and from colleges like MES, Valanchery or Ponnani, or because you are the good feeders for us. If you don't come, then who will come? So you must try any of these subjects. Then a brief outline. The institute, as I already say, we are also rank 1 in the citation for faculty continuously for many years. We are now 99.99. This was 2 years we were 100. Then there are several rankings where we are standing at the top. We are also one of the IOE, or one of the first IOE selected by Government of India. Now, moving forward, we also work closely with industries. We have many collaborations, more than 500 to 600 projects with about 200 well-known industries, which include Boeing, Tata's, say, HP, Toyota, Wipro, Unilever, and so on. So these are the companies where we work closely. So being part of IISc will also give you opportunity to work with these companies. So we also work with many companies like, say, for example, the carbon capture, the companies like Alt Carbon, where myself or Professor Shambuddha, we work with such companies where they already do carbon sequestration and start delivering carbon credits. So those who are interested in sustainable technology, these are the places where you should be working. Now, moving forward, we also have many centers which are highly funded by the private sectors and companies, which are, the main centers are like Robert Bosch Center, Devichand Center for Climate Change, Center for Brain Research, which is funded by Chris Gopalakrishnan, co-founder of Infosys. Then Asim Premji also fund us. We also have multiple funding from different, if I start telling, it will keep going. So this is just to give you a picture what IISc is. Now, we also have large scale infrastructure and initiatives which include the IISc Medical School, which is an 800-bed hospital cum research institute, which is just coming up this year, or I think next year onwards we start taking students. The building is over, we are start taking faculties now. So it will be focusing on medical research. So this is one thing which is missing in the country. We have very less medical research institutions in the country. So clinical research is something which IISc want to focus from now onwards to the next century. So those who are interested in biology, this is the right time. Now, we also have a brain research center which work on Alzheimer's kind of diseases, where we computationally model the brain. We are very strong with modeling. We work closely with many institutes like Niigata University, where they have more than 5,000 brain samples, human brain samples. And we are very strong with modeling. So Brain Research Institute is somewhere we have a brain computation and data science. Now, moving forward, we also have a smart tech system where this is funded by Tata's, where we work with smart mobility, sensors, and bioscience engineering on different levels. We also have a innovation and industry hub where companies can start labs. So their R&D will come and start lab. This already start working. They start labs there. So if you want to do a company, say for example internship, you can go to that lab and start doing. You don't have to go anywhere. You have at least 10, 15 companies working there, which include, say for example, RTNs, Toyo Inc., Alt Carbon, they all having office there. So you don't have to go. Say for example, Kribina really work with the people who are there in Alt Carbon. Their group is very closely working with them, or they help them to set up things there. Now, we also have this facility where I am involved. We have facility like SEMs, EPMA, then TEMs, many TEMs. We have micro-CT, we have atom probe. These are facilities which we use on a day-to-day basis. So when you come to IASC, you will be exposed to many of these facilities. And I myself come from a department, Center for Earth Sciences. Yes, as you know, this is a place where we learn geology. Okay, this is a relatively new department where we started in 2007. This is very new compared to what institute is. And we have our department, performance as a department. You can see here we are now rank 2 in the country. IT Bombay is rank 1 and we are rank 2 in terms of geology. But the rank 1 institute have 26 faculties and they have 15 years. They established in 1964. We established in 2007 with just 8 faculties and we have only 6 student intake per year. If you look at geophysics, same, we have rank 2. So geology and geophysics, we are rank 2 in the country. So anybody who is interested in physics, those who are in physics, who are interested in geophysics, please do apply to Earth Science. We are very much interdisciplinary. We don't restrict only for geology. Mechanical engineer can apply to IISc in geology. Physics can apply, chemistry can apply. So we take any discipline. One of my first PhD student was from biotechnology. Kribina is from environmental background. So there is no restriction like that. Of course, it is little difficult. So we have a lot of facilities. So I think this is part of Kribina's lab. This one is also your lab, multi-collector. Then we have XRF. We have multiple facilities within Earth Science also. Now, I work on areas like metamorphic petrology and enhanced weathering recently. I also work on placer deposits. This is something which I work with MES. So we have, you can see, Aish teacher, she was my teacher also. She is a co-author in all these 3 publications. I just want to say. Now I will enter into the area where I want to talk is carbon capture. So when I was asked, they want me to give a title and I was busy with something. So I thought like, okay, carbon capture, fancies and fantasies. Okay, everyone get fantasized with this topic, carbon capture. Everyone talking, right? Climate change and carbon capture is something, climate change and carbon capture is a very common word that now you see in newspapers, now everybody start talking. The moment you say sustainability, then you have to be with carbon capture. My point is, what this carbon capture storage and utilization do for a better future? What we can do with that? We need research laboratories where we work on developing new technology for direct air capture. We also need to develop material that will help us to filter CO2 in a very efficient way, cost-efficient way. We also want modeling facilities where you numerically model the carbon capture and its capabilities. Then we need a characterization facilities where we want to find out whether we are really capturing carbon from the atmosphere. Are we really capturing it from the atmosphere or not? And how much we are capturing and what we are going to use with this. These are the problems we have to face. Now, what are the real carbon producers? എവിടെയാണ് ഈ കാർബൺസ് പ്രൊഡ്യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് എന്തൊക്കെയാണ്? Can you give me an example? PhD students, MSc students otherwise. Where you get emission? Undergraduates. One example. Oh, that's a good example. More tougher example. Respiration, can you stop? Yes, we can't stop, right? Another one. Which is the most dangerous emission? ഏതാണ് ഏറ്റവും പ്രശ്നം? Louder. Vehicles ആണ് പറഞ്ഞത്. Okay. Actually not. The most dangerous emitter, one of the most dangerous emitter is cement industry. Because cement, they use calcium carbonate, they burn it to make cement, so they make lime and CO2 will go. And without cement, can you imagine? Cement illade namakku nadakko. Next, you know what? Which is the next one? Next one is steel. Steel industry. Steel illanda namakku endengilum cheyan pattumo? പറ്റില്ല. എല്ലാം സ്റ്റീലാണ് അല്ലേ? എന്ത് നോക്കിയാലും ഒന്നുകിൽ സ്റ്റീലാണ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ സിമെൻ്റ് ആണ്. സോ കോൺക്രീറ്റും എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഒരു ബിഗ് എമിഷൻ സോഴ്സാണ്. ബട്ട് നമ്മൾ കാണുന്നില്ല എന്നേ ഉള്ളൂ. വിച്ച് ഈസ് ദ തേർഡ് വൺ? തേർഡ് വൺ ഈസ് യൂറിയ. വളം. വളം ഇല്ലാണ്ട് പറ്റുമോ? അതും പറ്റില്ല. ഇപ്പം ചുരുക്കി പറഞ്ഞാൽ എന്താണ്? കാർബൺ എമിഷൻ നമുക്ക് സ്റ്റോപ്പ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല. It's actually impossible. Fourth one ആണ് എന്ത്? ഗ്യാസോലിൻ. അതായത് എമിഷൻ ബൈ പെട്രോളിയം ഓർ എനി ഫ്യൂവൽ. എനി ഫ്യൂവൽ ആണ്. അതിൽ തന്നെ പെട്രോളിയം ഈസ് നോട്ട് വെരി ഡേഞ്ചറസ്. യു നോ വിച്ച് വൺ ഈസ് മോർ ഡേഞ്ചറസ്? Coal is more dangerous. Why? Coal have different gases there. And also where coal is used? എവിടെയാണ് coal യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്? Where? Somebody told. Someone say what is where coal is used. It's a right answer. Yes, thermal power plants. ഈ തെർമൽ പവർ പ്ലാന്റിലാണ് ഇത് യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അപ്പം നമുക്കത് നിർത്താൻ പറ്റുമോ? നമ്മൾ ന്യൂക്ലിയർ പവർ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഉടൻ പ്രശ്നം ഉണ്ടാക്കില്ലേ? നമ്മൾ സമരം ചെയ്യില്ലേ? ബട്ട് തെർമൽ പവർ ഈസ് നോട്ട് ക്ലീൻ. So none of this we can't stop. Power ഇല്ലാണ്ട് ഞാൻ ഇവിടെ നിന്ന് ഇങ്ങനെ വർത്താനം പറയുമോ? ഇല്ല. Right? We can't stop any of these things. Unfortunate. So what we should do is we should try to capture it back in different ways. This is the only option. നമുക്കിത് തിരിച്ചു പിടിക്കലേ നടക്കുള്ളൂ. We have to capture it back because we cannot stop it. വേറൊരു ഓപ്ഷൻ എന്താണെന്നറിയോ? Let us reduce the usage. So instead of cement, നമുക്ക് വല്ല പശയോ എന്തെങ്കിലും ഉപയോഗിച്ച് വീടുണ്ടാക്കാൻ പറ്റുമോ നോക്കാം. ഓക്കെ? പറ്റുമോ? സ്റ്റീൽ ഉപയോഗിക്കേണ്ട നമുക്ക് പ്ലാസ്റ്റിക് വെച്ച് വീടുണ്ടാക്കാൻ പറ്റുമോ? അപ്പോൾ അത് പ്ലാസ്റ്റിക് അതിനേക്കാൾ വലിയ പ്രശ്നമാണ് അല്ലേ? So end of the day, we can try to reduce, and one such attempt is e-vehicles. It is an attempt. Okay, we don't even know now whether it is really green or not. So we reach into a condition where we really don't know what is green. Okay, so one main way of capturing should be direct air capture. Another way is like post combustion. Once you burn it, capture it. So this is, all these things are what we can call is direct source capture. So we can divide it into two, whether it is direct air capture, which is already there in the air, and direct source capture. When you say direct source capture, that is easier. Why it is easy? Why direct air capture is not easy? നിങ്ങൾ ഇങ്ങോട്ട് റെസ്പോണ്ട് ചെയ്തില്ലെങ്കിൽ ഞാൻ നിർത്തുവേ. എനിക്ക് ഉറക്കം വരുന്നുണ്ട് കുറേ. നമുക്ക് ഈ ടോക്ക് കൊടുക്കുന്നവർക്ക് തന്നെ ബോറടിക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ എന്ത് ചെയ്യും? അല്ലേ? ഓക്കെ, ഐ ഡോണ്ട് വാണ്ട് ടു സ്പീക്ക് മൈസെൽഫ് അലോൺ. ഐ വിൽ മേക്ക് യു സ്പീക്ക്. ഓക്കെ, അപ്പം നമ്മൾ സേ വൈ ഡയറക്റ്റ് സോഴ്സ് ക്യാപ്ചർ. സോഴ്സ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ എവിടുന്നാണോ കാർബൺ ഡൈ ഓക്സൈഡ് പോകുന്നത് അവിടുന്ന് തന്നെ പിടിക്കുക, പോകുന്നതിൻ്റെ മുന്നേ പിടിക്കുക. വേറൊന്ന് എയർന്ന് നേരിട്ട് പിടിക്കുക. Which is better? Source is better. Why it is better? Why it is better? Or why the other one is difficult? Because CO2 concentration in the air is very thin. അപ്പോൾ ഇത് കോൺസെൻട്രേറ്റ് ആയാലേ നമുക്ക് ഫിൽട്ടർ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. ഇഫ് ഇറ്റ് ഇസ് നോട്ട് കോൺസെൻട്രേറ്റഡ്, ഇപ്പം നമ്മൾ റിവർ വാട്ടർ ശ്രദ്ധിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടോ? ഇപ്പം പൊല്യൂട്ടഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ളൊരു വാട്ടർ ക്ലീൻ ചെയ്യാൻ വളരെ എളുപ്പമാണ്. ഇറ്റ്സ് വെരി ഈസി ടു ക്ലീൻ എ പൊല്യൂട്ടഡ് വാട്ടർ. ബട്ട് സ്ലൈറ്റ്ലി പൊല്യൂട്ടഡ് വാട്ടർ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടല്ലേ? അതിനാണ് നമ്മൾ ഓരോ വീട്ടിലും ഫിൽറ്റർ വെക്കേണ്ട അവസ്ഥയിലെത്തി അല്ലേ? സോ direct air capture is a difficult task because the concentration is not good. Now, what I work is, or what my group would like to work is physical absorption, directly absorb the CO2, membrane-based separation, using a good membrane to separate CO2 and increase the concentration, and chemical and physical absorption together. Now, where to store this one? You have to store this in the mineral so that it will permanently stay there. Now, my student, I mean, he will ask me this question because I asked him this question. So what? You store CO2 into a mineral, so what? There is no use. We have to find the use for this mineralization. So, we can divide the carbon capture into two major divisions. One, we naturally capture carbon by a process called enhanced rock weathering. Okay? We can also develop filters, and then using that filter, what we can do, we can filter the CO2 either from the source or from the air, concentrate it, and then you store it in a mineral or somewhere or a tank, whatever it is, and then use that CO2 for something. If you don't use CO2, that's useless, right? So either you have to follow one of this method to start storing CO2. Now I will briefly touch up on both. So the first one I will be talking about this part. Okay, where we will filter what is my plan to filter the CO2 and make CO2 concentrates. So I would like to, many of the geology people well know about a mineral called zeolite, or a mineral group called zeolite. Zeolite എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് it's a very low grade metamorphic facies mineral called zeolite. Zeolite is very important because zeolite work as a molecular sieve. Sieve എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ എന്താണ്? അരിപ്പ, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ ചായയൊക്കെ അരിക്കുന്ന അരിപ്പിൽ. So that is what sieve is. So what sieve do? നമ്മൾ അരിപ്പയിലേക്ക് ചായ ഒഴിക്കുമ്പോൾ എന്താ ഉണ്ടാവുന്നത്? Liquid will go, solid will stay, right? അതെന്തുകൊണ്ടാ? Size of the mesh അല്ലേ? ഈ മെഷ് വലുതാണെങ്കിൽ എന്ത് പറ്റും? ചെറുതാണെങ്കിൽ എന്ത് പറ്റും? റൈറ്റ്. സോ ഈ മെഷ് സൈസ് ആണ് പ്രശ്നം. അപ്പം സിയോലൈറ്റ്സ് ആർ എ മിനറൽ വെയർ യു ക്യാൻ ആക്ച്വലി കൺട്രോൾ ദ മോളിക്കുലർ സീവ്. മോളിക്യൂൾസിനെ കടത്തിവിടാൻ പറ്റുന്ന തരം സീവാണ് എന്ത്? സിയോലൈറ്റ്. പലതരം സിയോലൈറ്റുകളുണ്ട്. ഡിഫറെൻറ്റ് ടൈപ്പ് ഓഫ് സിയോലൈറ്റ് ഹാവ് ഡിഫറെൻറ്റ് ഹോൾ സൈസ്. അപ്പോൾ ഇത് എങ്ങനെ നമ്മൾ പല സീവ്സ് ഉപയോഗിച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമുക്കിതിനെ പലതിനെയും ഫിൽട്ടർ ചെയ്തെടുത്തൂടെ? പുട്ടുപൊടി അരിക്കുന്നത് കണ്ടിട്ടില്ലേ? കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ടോ? ഓക്കെ, ഗുഡ്. അത് എങ്ങനെയായിരിക്കുന്നത്? അത് വളരെ ചെറുതാണെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് എന്തിനു ഉപയോഗിക്കാം? ഇടിയപ്പത്തിന് ഉപയോഗിക്കാം, പുട്ടിന് ഉപയോഗിക്കാൻ പറ്റില്ല. പറ്റുമോ? നോ, റൈറ്റ്? സോ സീവ് സൈസ് മാറ്റേഴ്സ്. ഇവിടെയും വാട്ട് യു ക്യാൻ ഡു, you have sieves, separate kind of zeolites, where you can actually use them for separating CO2. This is a theory. I took it from a publication, okay? And then what we can do, our idea is, we use say for example iron mine waste, because zeolites are aluminosilicates. They are aluminosilicates. So what we need is aluminum and silica with certain other elements like sodium, calcium, or whatever it is. So iron ore mines will have a lot of waste. What waste they have? They have silica as waste because they already took iron. So we will get a lot of silica from there, and the bauxite ore mixed together, we can develop zeolites in the lab. So you develop zeolite in the lab, then using that zeolite, you develop a machine with the help of, you develop a filter with the help of material science people, and using that filter, you concentrate CO2. This is one project. So this project I am working with a group of people in material science who are also expert in filtering. Then using that CO2, we will use mine waste from magnesite mine, where we have a lot of dunite. In that mine waste, we try to convert the dunites into CO2 bearing mineral. I will come to that later. Now going forward, the idea is we use mine waste to capture another waste. So two problems will be solved. You will solve the problem mine waste, നമുക്ക് കൺസീവ് ചെയ്യുകയും ചെയ്യാം, at the same time CO2 capture ചെയ്യുകയും ചെയ്യാം. This is the basic idea. ഇതാണ് ഞാൻ എന്തിനാ ഇതിവിടെ പറയണമെന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ideas come like that. Right? So you have to think, okay, so we are using a waste to store another waste in that and use it. Okay, this is the basic idea. Okay, so at present these are at technology level 1, or maybe you can call technology level 3 at the moment. When I make this slide, it was 1. So it is more than a concept at the moment. And we also have people like Praveen Ramurthy, who is working with me in material science. So Praveen is an expert in making oxygen filters in a dual pressure apparatus, where you will use this PSA swing absorption method. He already have this. So this is the newspaper. So he already have this product and give it during the COVID time for 99.9% oxygen filter. So the question what I asked Praveen is, okay, you get oxygen. What you do with the exhaust, waste air. So how it works is you compress air through one side, then oxygen will be filtered through the other, while the other side will flow out. One exit, the other will filter. Then next time, this will filter, this will be exit. So this is what pressure swing is. Okay? മനസ്സിലായോ? ഞാൻ എങ്ങനെയാണ് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നതെന്ന് മനസ്സിലായോ? ഒരു സൈഡ് ഫിൽറ്റർ ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുമ്പോൾ മറ്റേ സൈഡ് എക്സോസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യും. ആ വാൾവ് മാറിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കും. ആദ്യം ആ വാൾവ് ക്ലോസ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ഇറ്റ് വിൽ ഫിൽറ്റർ ദെയർ. ദെൻ നെക്സ്റ്റ് വാൾവ് ക്ലോസ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ദിസ് വിൽ ബി ദ എക്സോസ്റ്റ്. സോ ഇതിങ്ങനെ രണ്ട് സൈഡിലേക്ക് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ എങ്ങനെയാവും? രണ്ട് ഫിൽറ്റർ ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കും. സോ യു വിൽ ഗെറ്റ് എ കണ്ടിന്യൂസ് ഫ്ലോ. ബിക്കോസ് ദിസ് ഈസ് യൂസ്ഡ് ഫോർ ബ്രീത്തിങ്. ഇവിടെ ഇടയ്ക്ക് ഫ്ലോ നിന്ന് പോയാൽ നമ്മൾ അടിച്ചു പോകും. റൈറ്റ്? എൻ്റെ ചോദ്യം എന്താണെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ഈ എക്സോസ്റ്റ് വേസ്റ്റ് ഇല്ലേ, ഈ വേസ്റ്റ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഓക്സിജൻ ഒഴിവാക്കിയ എയർ അല്ലേ? ഇറ്റ്സ് എ എയർ വെയർ ഓക്സിജൻ ഈസ് ടേക്കൺ ഔട്ട്, റൈറ്റ്? ദെൻ വാട്ട് വിൽ ബി കോൺസെൻട്രേറ്റഡ് ദെയർ? നൈട്രജൻ വിൽ ബി കോൺസെൻട്രേറ്റഡ് ദെയർ. സോ ബിക്കോസ് നൈട്രജൻ ആണ് പിന്നെ ഉള്ളത് എയറിൽ അല്ലേ? അപ്പോൾ ഇറ്റ് വിൽ ബി എയർ വിത്ത് നൈട്രജൻ ആൻഡ് carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, something like that, right? I like that because that is already get rid of what we want, oxygen. Now, I speak to, so we are discussing now what we do. We take either direct source capture directly from the source, direct source, otherwise direct air capture, either of that. What we are planning to do is we take the direct air, take that air, compress it into into a two cylinder where you have a zeolite, appropriate zeolite inside, and then the compressed air will be compressed inside, and then what happens? Oxygen will be eventually filtered through. The filtered through oxygen will eventually move up through one Then once it come out, then it will go out through that. At the same time, what happened? The excess gas, this is what Praveen already made. The idea is, what if you have another one where you will fill with another zeolite which can filter out nitrogen. But there is a problem here. Zeolites are very poor with moisture. The moisture is prashnan. So there is one more thing called metal ion framework, MIF. The metal ionic framework, did you ever hear this recently? Hey, yes? Yes, where you hear this? Nobel Prize this year, right? So good, very good. So this year Nobel Prize goes to the discovery of metal ionic framework for a Japanese scientist, isn't it? Yes, good. So we recently changed our mind not to use for zeolite there because zeolite having problem with moisture. So recycling is a problem. So we use similar to zeolite, same size, sieve size, metal ion framework on the second filter, and then you take those gases through so that you can take out CO2 and the remaining nitrogen, CO2 and carbon monoxide through. So this is a process which will eventually what happen? Concentrate the CO2. So you take the atmospheric CO2 and concentrate CO2, you can also get a byproduct as nitrogen and oxygen. Now, this is what? This is a highly energy consuming process. So for that, we use electrolysis process on a solar panel to use less energy from other sources. So the electrolysis, what happened? Eventually crystallize the CO2 and split them into either carbon nanotubes so that it will be directly used. Unfortunately, I leaked my idea to my own student. He is smiling. I don't tell him this so far. Or we can also use this technology to precipitate magnesium carbonate. If the solution is Mg rich, you can precipitate magnesium carbonate. So, but the difficulty is splitting carbon and oxygen bond. It's a very, very, very strong bond. You need a lot of energy to split that bond. And we are trying it with the solar sources. Now, if you take that component out, say this is what you see in geological field. This is a natural process where these lines, white lines, are magnesite. And the green part is dunite. So green part is what? Is a magnesium silicate, while the white part is a magnesium carbonate. So Earth already know how to make CO2, how to sequester CO2. What we need is use that process, use powder of magnesium silicate, because magnesium silicate is a waste, it's the mine waste. People mine out all this magnesium carbonate and throw silicate. And what you can see the percentage what they are throwing and what they are taking. They will be taking only like 10% and remaining is thrown. If you go through Salem, how many of you travel through Salem? If you go through Salem, near to that place to Bangalore, there are 2-3 hills on your side. How many of you know that they are not hills? They are mine dumps. It looks like hill now. It's near to Radisson Hotel and all. All those hills are not hills. The small hills are not hills, they are mine dumps. They just mine out and throw this material. So take that mine waste, which is magnesium silicate with HCl. What you can get here is, you use electrolysis process, you use magnesium, you convert them into magnesium hydroxide and add a little bit of sodium hydroxide. The process will actually exit silica and a little bit of iron present in the system. And then what we can do is 1 ton of CO2, approximately 1.3 ton of magnesium hydroxide can be precipitated. And once you make magnesium hydroxide, then it is easy. H2O plus natural CO2, you can convert them into magnesium carbonate. So this is the reaction what we want to work out to precipitate either magnesium carbonate, or we would like to precipitate carbon nanotubes. But carbon nanotubes is again difficult because nobody want double-walled or multi-walled carbon nanotubes. Everybody want actually a good single-walled carbon nanotube, plus they need to disperse it. So making carbon nanotube is easy. Dispersing of carbon nanotubes is difficult. So we are also talking with companies who work on dispersion of carbon nanotubes. So these companies are already there. So both Alt Carbon and RTNs, both are working close to us on these technologies. There are already publications there which use iron ore tailings to make zeolites. There's only one paper which we are now improving this one. Now, this is one area where, and I will move on quickly, I will move on quickly with the next area where enhanced weathering is a component. So this area, we work with the company called Alt Carbon, where KEVEEYAM also helped us at some stage to do analysis. I will tell you. So this is this component of the research, where we again go back to the slide where you can see the white components are magnesium carbonate and the green components are magnesium silicate. The question is, what if we can convert all this magnesium silicate into magnesium carbonate? Then you store a lot of CO2. So one of my friend, Vijay Rajesh student, Harida, recently published a paper saying that most of this are from natural water interaction, rainwater interaction with existing silicate. So Earth, we actually studying the way how Earth captures CO2 by itself. If we know the process, what we need to do is we need to catalyze this reaction in an industrial scale and capture CO2. It is okay to do it, but the problem is, if you convert all olivine into magnesium carbonate, is that okay? Not really, because this is magnesium carbonate, which is magnesium MgCO3. What the companies do in an industrial use, in the ceramic industry, or the fertilizer industry, or the animal fed glass, all these people, what they do is, they bake this magnesium carbonate and then split them into magnesium oxide or periclase and CO2. You lose this CO2 into the atmosphere. That is why I was telling you, cement industry also do calcium carbonate. They bake same process. They make lime and CO2 will be going to the atmosphere. If that is happening, the question is, what if we can capture that CO2 back and produce magnesium carbonate? So this is the fundamental theory what we were thinking. This waste rock, these small lines here are all magnesium carbonate. So if you can convert such rock into this, it is a way of storing, for sure. But the problem is how to use this. So many companies coming forward. So we are working with Google on a project on carbon removal. What they are doing is they take all this magnesium silicate and then put it into the agriculture field. This silicate powder agriculture field. And why? What they are doing is, this is a silicate. So when you break it, if I break it, what will happen? But the surface area kudo korayo. Kudle. Onnoda potija. Windu good. Onnoda potija. So when you keep breaking, the surface area will keep increasing, right? So, but if it is fine powdered, surface area will increase, but what happened? The packing will, again, the kallu valathannu packed aipum. Appa surface area endavum veendum korayum. So there is an optimum point at which where you need to stop it. So we have to find out where is the optimum point. Okay? Now they spread this in the field and say that eventually it will convert all this silicate into carbonates. This is enhanced weathering. So what we are actually working is, if you are putting all these rock powders in the paddy field, is it going to affect some other way to the local water table, or is it going to contaminate at any way? എൻ്റെ താല്പര്യം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് കാർബൺ ക്യാപ്ചറിനെക്കാട്ടിലും കൂടുതൽ ഇവിടെ the contamination, because you are fascinated with that. That's why I say fancies and fantasies, because you are fascinated with carbon capture, right? Or you are already now fascinated with carbon capture. Is that okay? ഇതാണ് ബ്രിജേഷ് സാറ് പറഞ്ഞത്. അതായത് you have to do capture, but you have to do it in a sustainable way. So you have to check whether it is okay or not. Only geologists can do this. Why? Because what we do, this is the work we did with Kribina's lab together. Shambhuda and me, we are doing this. What we do, we collect sample from the field, we powder it into different pieces, we put it in different water jars, and then measure the chemistry of this water to find out whether there is any contaminants there. So what we take doodite from Salem area. This area actually contains a lot of water bodies. Mind and nadukkulla water bodies. So what really happened, if you look at the pH, there is a considerable variation of pH in these water bodies. And now, if you look at the chemistry, actually Kribina only did this analysis, I think. If you look at the chemistry of these water bodies, you can see there is a lot of heavy metals already there in this water body. However, they are none of them, including chromium or nickel or lead, none of them are in the dangerous level. They are not in a dangerous, they are okay, they are fine. However, if you look at this thin section of the sample, you can see all these small dots are chromites. So chromium 3 is safe, but chromium 6 is dissolvable in water and it is dangerous. So when you look at the mineralogy of dunite, you can see in a normal, say 2 centimeter, 3 centimeter cube, you see only 1 or 2 chromium grains. That is why the mine water is safe. Because avada valliya boulders aanalle. But what if we increase the surface area? This is a micro CT scan. Inside that block, you can see all these red spots are chromite. If you increase the surface area, then what happens? You expose more and more heavy metals like chromite to the atmosphere, right? If it all start getting oxidized, then what happens? They all start giving chromium 6 into the groundwater. So this is what we see. So this is the micro CT scan to see whether when you powder a sample, whether the surface area is increasing. Yes, the surface area is increasing double or 3 times whenever we make it to different mesh size. So we measure it using a micro CT scan, and then we also see a CT scan of all these samples, and we look at the weathering pattern where this will give a lot of minerals like chromite, magnetite, olivine, serpentine, and magnesite. So the more and more magnesite you are making, you are also producing chromite and magnetite. So if you increase the surface area, what you are going to get is, you are going to get a lot of iron and chromium contamination in the water. This is the atom probe tomography, where you can see, when you look at normal olivine, it is very clean. But the moment it starts serpentinizing, these small particles, these small areas, what you can see here, these are nanoparticles. You can see eventually the olivine is transforming into a serpentine called brucite. So eventually it is hydrating, and whenever it is hydrating, what happens? The chromium gets concentrated and oxidized. So natural process or the artificially forced process will add more and more chromium into the water. So we do an experiment in the lab by different grain size, powdering the chromite. If you look carefully there, this line there, that is what chromium is. So chromium is only that much, the small line there. That's the only chromium. But if you look at three-dimensionally, it will keep increasing. So then, if you look here, these are all kept in water and then we sample them in every interval and then refill it. And all this water is measured using ICP-MS in our labs, where we find out eventually when there is a grain size reduction, you have heavy increase in heavy metal contamination. Which means if you go behind carbon capture without background knowledge, you will actually invite unwanted danger. So carbon capture is important, but be careful. Because water contamination is a much more serious problem than climate change. It's going to be a tougher problem in the next century. Unfortunately, water contamination never gets attention or the fancy of climate change. Okay, so I'm going to stop here. You can see there, Bangalore is emitting a lot of CO2 back there, but you can see we are capturing them all. Thank you. Any questions? Sorry that it is not directly into your subject areas, but എനിക്കറിയണല്ലേ സംസാരിക്കാൻ പറ്റും. I can speak only things which I know. That itself is difficult, so. Questions? Important? ആ മൂല്യം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഞാൻ പ്രതീക്ഷിക്കുന്നു. MOF ഒക്കെ അറിയുന്നവർക്ക് മെട്രോ ഓർഗാനിക് ഫ്രെയിംവർക്ക് അറിയുന്നവർ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ ചോദിക്കും. Undergraduates, come on. At least research scholars, come on. നിങ്ങൾ ഒറ്റയാളെ വെറുതെ വിടരുത്. You should ask questions. ഞാൻ അറിയില്ലെങ്കിൽ അറിയില്ല എന്ന് പറയും. എനിക്ക് പേടിയൊന്നുമില്ല. എനിക്ക് വരട്ടെ. മലയാളത്തിൽ ചോദിച്ചാൽ മതി. ചോദിച്ചോ, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് തന്നെ ചോദിച്ചോ, ഏതായാലും കുഴപ്പമില്ല.
ഞാൻ സെക്കൻഡ് MSc കെമിസ്ട്രിയാണ് ഈ കോളേജിൽ. എനിക്ക് ഈ സോഷ്യൽ എക്കണോമിക്കലി ഉള്ളൊരു മൊത്തത്തിലൊരു ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ ചോദിക്കാറുണ്ട്. At what point does carbon capture shift from being scientifically elegant solution to a socio-economically driven fantasy?
So what you want to ask, where it shift? അതായത് ഒരു സോഷ്യോ എക്കണോമിക്കൽ പ്രോബ്ലത്തിൽ നിന്ന് എപ്പോഴാണ് ഇത് ഫാൻറ്റസിയിലേക്ക് ഷിഫ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്? Okay, that's a very, very, very relevant question because it's a very good question. You know why? The reason why it is a big question, carbon capture is now a business. It's no more it is not a society need point. Carbon capture, if you have if you are a company who capture carbon, you can sell that credits to company who emit carbon. മനസ്സിലായി? ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞ മനസ്സിലായോ? ഞാൻ കാർബൺ ക്യാപ്ചർ ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരാളാണ്. ഇപ്പം ഞാൻ ഒരു കൊല്ലം 10 ടൺ കാർബൺ ക്യാപ്ചർ ചെയ്യും. എൻ്റെ കയ്യിൽ ഇതിൻ്റെ ഈ 10 ടണ്ണിനുള്ള ക്രെഡിറ്റ് എൻ്റെ കയ്യിലുണ്ട്. ഓക്കെ, നിങ്ങളുടെ ഒരാൾ ബ്രിജേഷ്, അവനിരിക്കട്ടെ, അവനാണ് വില്ലൻ. ഓക്കെ, ബ്രിജേഷ് കാർബൺ എമിറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ആളാന്ന് വെച്ചു. പുള്ളി വലിയ മുതലാളിയാണ്, ഒരു ബൂർഷ എന്ന് വെച്ചു. എമിറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന മുതലാളി എന്ത് ചെയ്യും? ഫോർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ ഐഫോൺ, or like airline companies like JAL, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ Mitsubishi. These are companies investing. They know that they will keep emitting. പക്ഷെ ഇവരെന്ത് ചെയ്യും? ഇവർ യുനെസ്കോനും ബാക്കിയുള്ളവർക്കും പ്രോമിസ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട് എന്ത്? we will come to carbon zero at some point of time. ഇവരെങ്ങനെയാണ് കാർബൺ സീറോ ആവുന്നത്? They cannot stop, no. A cement company cannot stop. A iPhone cannot stop. A mobile company cannot stop emitting, right? So what they do? They go to people like me who is capturing carbon and keeping the credits with me. I will sell these credits to them for a fortune. അവിടെയാണ് ഇത് സോഷ്യോ എക്കണോമിക്കിൽ നിന്ന് ഫാൻറ്റസി ആയിട്ട് മാറുന്നത്. Because it's a business now. Now the question is, I will inflate, I will say I am capable of capturing 100 tons per second. You invest. There it become a fantasy. And who count these 100 tons? If you miscalculate it, if you don't really collect that 100 ton, you say collect only like 20 tons. Still the companies invest because they want to wash their hands. They want to say that we invest this much to carbon capture. That is the point where it is a very risky answer also. It's a very political question also. Okay, so this is, I am able to tell this answer because I am in Kerala. എനിക്ക് അടികൊള്ളാണ്ട് വീട്ടിൽ പോകാൻ എനിക്ക് നല്ല ധൈര്യം ഉള്ളതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഞാനിത് ഇവിടെ പറയുന്നത്. വേറൊരു സ്ഥലത്ത് I cannot tell this. So this is a politically relevant question. I think he is part of some politics. It's a question. Okay, but it's a good question. Very nice question. Anything else? പക്ഷെ കുറച്ചുകൂടെ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ സിമ്പിളായിട്ട് ചോദിച്ചാൽ സമാധാനം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ചോദിക്കാം, അങ്ങനത്തെ ഇതുപോലത്തെ 4 കൂടി വരട്ടെ. എവിടെ ഒരു ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ ഉരുത്തിരിഞ്ഞ് വരുന്നുണ്ട്. ചോദിച്ചാൽ അണ്ടർ ഗ്രാജുവേറ്റ്സിന് എന്തും ചോദിക്കാം. And I don't dare to say I don't know. So don't worry. So I am not a professor who will say that I will check and come back to you. I will say that you keep going and checking. I will not check and come back. I have other things to do. ഇല്ല, ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ് കഴിഞ്ഞു. അപ്പോൾ all of you write GATE exam. Okay? I will see you in IISc. Okay? Thank you very much for listening. Thanks a lot. Brijesh.
the way the institution will be a motivation or inspiration for many of
hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. കിട്ടുന്നുണ്ട്.
A very good afternoon to one and all. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to this academic session of Inside 4, the 4th International Conference on Integrating Disciplines for Sustainable Development. To begin our program, I invite Dr. Abdul Faisal P., Head of the Department of Botany, to deliver the welcome address.
Very warm good afternoon to one and all. With a great immense pleasure to join with you. I welcome you all to the afternoon session inside 2.0, 4th International Conference on Integrating Disciplines for Sustainable Development. It is my privilege to extend my warm welcome to our distinguished chief guest, Dr. Adlangata sir. We are truly honored to have you with us to enrich today's section on the topic, Taming the Fire Within, Can Diet, Lifestyle and Plants Balance Inflammations. More about Dr. Adlangata sir is a chief scientist at the CSIR IICT Hyderabad. He's obtained his bachelor degree from industrial chemistry from Osmania University and his master's degree and PhD degree in chemistry from the University of Hyderabad, and currently is working as a scientist at CSIR IICT. And he is a recipient of several prestigious recognitions and award from most academic excellence. And he has authored over 100 research publications for patent and a book chapter. His a group of developed multiple biotechnological and diagnostic technology with the translational potential in medicine. His research interest in understanding the chemical principles underlying biological functions, applying them to human health, biotechnology, and drug discovery. His technical experts in chemistry, biochemistry, protein engineering, structural and computational biology, bioinformatics, and molecular biology, and so on. And with immense pleasure, I also welcome to next one, our chief guest and our session chaired by Dr. Sharat Josh MK. A warm welcome to sir. He is an assistant professor, School of Energy, Materials, MG University, Kottayam. He is a very young-minded scholar and academician. His expertise in green chemistry and molecular docking and so on. Very warm welcome to sir for your presence for this 4th International Conference. And also warmly welcome our respected delegates from other institute by offline and online, and faculty members gathered here, and colleagues and my dear students. Your active participation and keen interest make this even more meaningful and grand success. Let us carry forward this spirit of curiosity and collaboration and innovation as we embark this event is very grand success. In short time, I conclude my words. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Now it's my privilege to introduce the session chair for today. We are honored to have Dr. Sharad Josh MK, Assistant Professor, School of Energy Materials, Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam. I welcome sir for a few words.
Thank you. So I am very much privileged to introduce Dr. Anthony Adlangata sir. He's a chief scientist, as already mentioned, at the CSIR Indian Institute of Chemical Technology, IICT, at Hyderabad. He is a very eminent scientist in the area of human health and inflammation. He's a chemist turned biologist. His research interest is in the structural biology, but today he is going to talk about health and inflammation related his latest research. So his research interest is lie in understanding the chemical principles underlying biological function and applying them to human health, biotechnology, and drug discovery. His technical expertise spans chemistry, biochemistry, protein engineering, structural and computational biology, bioinformatics, and molecular biotechnology. This short introduction, I welcome Dr. Adlangata for his valuable talk.
Before that, we shall now confer a token of appreciation as a mark of respect and gratitude to our distinguished guest. So I invite Dr. Sharad Josh to give a token of appreciation to Anthony Adlangata, sir. So please. Thank you, sir. So now the most awaited time. So I invite Dr. Anthony Adlangata to deliver his keynote address.
Good afternoon all. Biryani is digested now. Biryani and the sweet, what is the food? Sweet? Gulab jamun, yeah. It takes toll in the afternoon, AC room, then what do you expect? So good afternoon. Arey bhaiya, kya ho raha hai? Okay, so first I thank the organizers and very specifically Dr. Maya and Dr. Faisal for inviting me to be here, and I am very happy to be here and present some of the work what we have done recently, and actually I don't want to spell wrong. I also would like to thank my new friends I made among the students, Arshak, Basil and Nibil. They have taken care of me very well and I made good friends with them. Thank you all. Yep. Thank you very much for inviting me again, Dr. Maya, Dr. Fazil. So, taming the fire within. And I wish this could be more interactive, though it says keynote lecture, I don't believe in that. The more interaction it is, the better we can actually try to do that. And I'll try to look at you, at least somebody say, at least nod your head, so that I know that you are listening. Otherwise, I feel that you are sleeping basically. So, can diet, lifestyle, plants balance the inflammation? So, we are going to talk about the inflammation. So, this is the only slide what I will talk about our lab, my major, as both they have introduced me. I am a chemist with a mathematics background, and I want to give a disclaimer here. I am not a biologist. I never sat in a biology class in my life. So if I do something, a wrong spelling of any technical words, you just have to accept that this fellow doesn't know. Okay? And so, can you put these slides off? Not those, only these. Is it possible to put these slides off? Anyway, so what we do in my lab is, can we also, I think this is too much of stretched. This is how it comes. This is the only way it comes. It's okay. Okay, so we work on proteins. We make enzymes for various applications. We work them for industrial applications where we use enzymes for in the manufacturing process in terms of pharmaceuticals. So we develop technologies and transfer to the industries. So we have given few technologies to companies where they use our technologies in producing the pharmaceutical molecules in the industry. And we also make enzymes for, drug discovery. Mostly we make enzymes from, say, any infectious disease. For example, now we are working on COVID, SARS-CoV-2, which caused the COVID disease, SARS-CoV-2, SARS-CoV-1, and MERS, and also a lot of other diseases like your dengue, Zika, and few other flyviral proteases. We have about 15 proteases what we are working with. So we make them in the lab, the recombinant technology. We develop assays and we screen compounds. The compounds could be synthetic from chemistry labs, or they could also come from botany lab where they make the molecules in the lab and purify from the plants basically. So that we can identify some good inhibitors which can go into the clinical trials. So that's what. So then we also use enzymes for diagnosis. So I'm pretty sure all of you still remember. I'm sure you are young enough to understand your COVID time period, right? RT-PCR. I don't see any head is moving like this or like this. Okay. So RT-PCR, yeah. Now I see some smiles. So RT-PCR requires 3 enzymes. While we have our swab being taken away which contains the virus, then you extract the RNA and then you use the reverse transcriptase enzyme, RT enzyme, then convert that into DNA, and then your DNA polymerase to expand to do the polymerase chain reaction, and then we detect it in the PCR machine to say whether the person is COVID positive or negative. We also use enzyme. We don't do, okay, this is the only enzyme part what we use, but here what we use is pharmacology. This is where I am going to talk a little bit about what we have done. No, Okay, yeah. So we use little bit of pharmacology. This is where I want to bring some kind of relationship between your institute here and then what we do. Thank you. What we do in our lab basically. So before that, I want to take you about say 40. I don't know how many years I'll take you. Yeah, just you can tell. Is some problem is here? Where should I point? Not working? Oh, so okay. Not working. Okay, next slide. Battery change. Next slide. Okay, so this is 1983. It's about 43 years. I'll take you backwards. No, I think 30. I don't know how many years. I cannot count actually. Anyway, so I take so many years basically. So this is my mother, and working. Oh, thank you. Yeah. And obviously, you can understand this is me. Okay. So basically, we were poor. I don't mind telling that I am poor. Okay. I'll tell you a reason why it's good to be poor to some extent. Okay. And so we didn't have access to a lot of money, cash. We only go work and get something in return in those days basically. Okay. So at that time, my mother, I was studying school. My mother was actually a daily labor, go to somebody's farm and get something to eat. And we didn't have running water. And every day, hand pounding. I want to just concentrate on the third point here. So we get this paddy into the home, and then we don't have the mill machine. So she has to pound every day evening to take out the covering of the seeds of the rice, and then we used to eat brown rice. Okay, let's listen to this, brown rice. And we also didn't have access to sugars basically. No gulab jamun. I never saw gulab jamun when I was at this age. Okay, and until age 45, she had no health complaints. Okay, now little life has changed in my family because my father thought that he was working too hard for a meager salary. He said, okay, he will collect the milk from the village and take it to the town. Okay, and then so that way they take milk and then get the money every day, cash. Not a lot of money, again still poor, but still they now slowly started getting some cash in their hand. Now what happened? Also, the daily full day labor has reduced. So my mother used to help my father to collect the milk from the village. My father used to go on the cycle, sell it in the town and come back. Then what happened? That we had little bit of cash in our hand, and also we had, the village also changed. We got some running water, so we don't have to carry, my mother didn't have to carry the water from far places from the well, and also she doesn't have to pound anymore because she had little cash. She could actually take the rice and go to the milling place where she actually could get this milled. And once, when you put it in the machine, it is you who decide how much polish you want, whether you want a brown rice, whether you want a white rice. When we thought we were poor, the rich people used to eat white rice. We thought that's a beautiful rice. Why are you eating this brown rice? Okay? And then, of course, when my mother had a chance to go to mill and then get the rice pounded with the machine, then she wanted extra polish. So the rice was so white. Okay? And also, because we used to have little cash in the hand, they could also get the sugar, milk, sweets, and daily coffee instead of once, twice, or thrice. Okay? That what happened. Next. Okay, no, I have moved forward. Okay. Now, in 3 years, my mother became diabetes. Just note this one, okay? Now, you may ask me, so what? At 45 years age, many get diabetic. So what? You can ask this question, and I also agree with you. But before that, I'll tell the next story now, okay? Now, next story is, see, I don't know how many of you like American movies, American country movies where you have this, all the people riding on the horses and then fighting on the guns, right? So these people actually, you see a lot of movies that contain this, Native Americans. That means people who actually were the original people who lived in America before the Europeans went. So this is the kind of life what they had. Before Europeans went to America, there was no wheel. See, if you look at in the Indian culture, we see these rathas and all these things with a lot of wheels, right? Dating thousands of years. But in America, they didn't have wheels. So what they used to do, they used to have this horse, and they used to have these sticks, and they used to keep this stuff here, and horses to drag it. That's it. That's the only transport what they had. And they just had a very meager life. They had to work for everything. So in those situations, their food was too raw. No refined food, too raw. They have to get whatever they get from the soil, little bit of farming. So food was available only in summer, because if you look at American weather, most of North America actually is very cold, minus 20, minus 30 degrees centigrade in the US basically. It's very, very cold. So you can't get any food. In summers are beautiful, you get a lot of animals to hunt, and they used to eat a lot of food. Okay? And little bit of farming they used to have, they used to store and they used to eat. Okay? Winters are very harsh. So what happened? The things have changed. Europeans have gone, they made America modern, and they put these Native Americans in some camps, some areas. Now they don't have to go for hunting. Now they don't have to go for hunting. How do they do? American government started giving some subsidies and free food for them. What type of food were they given? You can imagine what type of food. All processed food. Rich in, now they don't need to, rich in abundant food. Whenever they want, they have the food. Whether it is winter, summer, they had food. Okay? And sugars, salts, fat. Beautiful food. You enjoy it, right? Then mostly refined food. Now what happens to when you give this kind of things? But before I go, here people actually started becoming, I'll put next slide, you'll see about 40% of those children actually are obese and diabetic. Why are they becoming? See, I told you in the summers, they get enough food to eat. They eat the food. While they eat the food, body has some genetic makeup that actually lets their body to pick the energy from the food what they eat and put all the fat coat. And once the fat coat is put, when the winter comes, all that fat coat actually burns, give them energy to survive through the harsh winters, so that again they can prepare for the next summer to eat. But now what happens? Now the food is available all the time. So then where does those genes are on and off. When the food is available, they're always on. So the food is converting into fat and they become healthy in summer. But when the food is continuously available 24 hours a day around the year, then they started experiencing the obese and they become diabetic. So I read this, genetic predisposition. All of us tell, my parents have got the disease, so I also get the disease. So parents are genetically predisposable. So nothing wrong with that. That actually was those genetic disposal actually was helping them to survive the harsh winters, getting the food. But unfortunately now the food is more abundant now, then the genes are always on and people become obese, and then along with that they become diabetic. Then heart disease basically. The mechanism that was protecting them now became an enemy for them actually. So if you look at this, 40 to 50% of children of American Indians and Alaskan natives communities are reported as overweight or obese. It's a problem for them basically, just because they have more food. So one example I'll give you what happens. I asked you, my mother was diabetic in 3 years, and the question was, you were asking, okay, so what? So I'll tell you a simple example about white rice versus brown rice. My mother was eating all her life the pounded rice, brown rice, right? So look at this table. Look at this table. Nutritional of brown rice, and this is the white rice. And this is the the bran what we have. That actually is, so that is where you get this rice bran oil. You have seen rice bran oil in the shops? Rice bran oil? No? Nobody saw? Rice bran, you get this coconut oil, of course, Kerala coconut oil, then peanut oil, peanut oil, rice bran oil. Okay, so now this brown color, whatever is on the white rice, actually is used to extract the oil that is rich in fat. So suppose if you take brown rice, you have, look at this, folates. These are the essential molecules for our body to survive and to give enough health benefits for us. All these things actually are becoming, suppose you look at this simple folate, this is 20 micrograms, so becoming half. And vitamin E, which is very important, 2.5 becoming 0.3. And thiamine, riboflavin, niacin, all are becoming reduced basically. So what we are eating is nutritionally compromised food. So we can eat more, but we actually are reducing our supplements in our food. So for that, what are we doing? We are going for supplement industry. And we take for everything, yeah, supplements are there. Niacin supplement is there, iron supplement is there, calcium supplement is there. And I don't know what else. So they are made for men, women, children, age of 30, 35, 40, they have different category, different products. Can anybody in this room is going to guess what is the value of this market worldwide? Anybody, just give some wild number. I have something to give in my pocket. One wild guess. What is the value of this market? It doesn't matter. Anyway, at least I am letting you guess. So global supplement market is, somebody read this number in rupees. Can anybody tell what this number is? Now tell me what this number is. At least I am giving you the number. Read. Tell me one number in crores or in lakhs. So that is the market. So what we are doing, we are processing our food and then we are getting supplements back again, spending so much of money. This probably is the biggest with a minimal input. A lot of money is here. If somebody wants to sitting in this room, want to make business. My friend, where are you? He is not here? Arshak? Hey, take this. I told you I leave idea. So pick up this. There's a lot of money in the supplement industry basically. Anything you make it, people will buy it. You tell that why it is useful. Ho gaya. Okay? So that is how we actually are tamed and trained to look for the demands of the market. So this is just one example I'll give you. Dementia. All of you know, I also have some problem with my dementia. So that's why I wrote the names of my 3 friends that I may forget. So basically, simple, what happens, 50 million people worldwide with the dementia and about 60 to 70% the cause is because of the Alzheimer's. So they have done simple experiment with the rice bran, the brown coating on the white rice. You can very nicely see improved, but so the problem is, protein degradation happens in the brain, that's why. So these few things actually have improved all the properties so that their disease progression actually has slowed down a lot. So this is what is a simple example about how we are actually throwing away important nutrients in our body. Okay, dosa. Has anybody made dosa in this house, in this room? Dosa? I'm sure many of you made, particularly in Kerala, yes. Dosa is a good food. I like it. Okay, dosa. So now, what is it required to make good dosa? I believe this is good dosa. Somebody may believe this is good dosa, but I believe this is good dosa. So what happens, under what conditions a dosa will become like this, the red one, and under what conditions this is good like this? Any idea? People should know it. Dosa. If your pan is okay. Sorry. So this is a company, I took it from the internet, so I don't want to remove their name. So this company is from somewhere in Tamil Nadu. So what they suggest is proper seasoning. That means, before you put dosa, put some oil on onion, then just season the pan so that there's got uniform distribution of the oil, but not oil. Okay? And then preheat and even heat. Important. Preheat and even heat. Okay? I'll get back to you what happens if you don't have a even heating. Okay? Using right amount of oil. If you don't do that, it's a problem. A batter consistency. If your batter is not consistent, then what do you do? Okay? And your pan has to be maintained regularly because it's a pan company. So they want you to maintain the pan properly. Okay? Now let us just take one step. So we talked about inflammation, right? So we take flame as inflammation in our body, okay? Very important. If flame is not there, you cannot make dosa, okay? Now let us say inflammation in our body. I'll just get back to you how inflammation generates in our body. So inflammation, it heats your pan, and if all of you remember, particularly if you go to hotels, before they sprinkle some water, and then they take this jadu and then they remove the water, and then they put dosa. Do you know anybody why they put the water? They want to bring the pan to the heat of the water. They don't want it to be overheated. Okay, that's how they do that. That's why they put the water to bring the even heating is what is important. So dosa will, otherwise this dosa will stick here. So what happens in our body? Inflammation is part of our living. Whatever food we eat, I'll show you. Whatever food we eat, we generate the inflammation. That's important part of our body. If inflammation is not there, we don't survive. I'll tell you why inflammation is important. Okay? So when your inflammation is coming from the food and your environmental factors, then you should actually, your innate immunity is there. Suppose you wound and suddenly so many factors come here to cure the wound. So that's called innate immunity. And okay, so that will control and ensure that your body is healthy. Now what happens? You keep on firing. How much ever water you add, you cannot cool the pan. And then dosa will never come like this. Dosa will come. So it's a chronic inflammation. That means it's a long-term inflammation. Any wound, if it doesn't heal more than 7 days in a healthy human, then there's a problem that this is going to be a chronic wound. That means continuous. It continues and body is trying to fight the wound. I'm talking about simple wound, but it could be COVID, it could be bacterial infection, it could be anything basically. Okay? So we need to ensure that we had appropriate control of inflammation in our body. So what is an inflammation? Don't be scared about looking. I'll not tell you anything about these things, but just I don't know if my pointer is visible or not. I'll just point you to the glucose here. It's a food, right? It's a food. When we eat the food, lot of things happen, and the green parts actually are what we use, the pathways for our day-to-day activities. If we have enough balance between what we eat and how we consume by doing regular exercise, walking, eating only sufficient, and all those things, then you are balanced. Because see, look at this red ones, ROS, the reactive oxygen species. That is the inflammation causing molecule coming out of your sugar, out of your food. It has to come. It has to be there. I'll tell you why it has to be there. Okay? Then once we take more glucose, once we take more food, then what happens? The thrifty genes that is found in Native Americans will open up. All of us, most of the Indians, because I don't think we actually evolved, thousands of years ago with the abundant food. So we also had situations where we had scarce food and rich food. So genes were always on to take enough, fat to keep us, in the good days, and then also survive us in the bad days basically. So then what happens? Excess food actually will go into this part. And then here also RO is generated, but these AGEs, so they are glycolylated entities basically, like HbA1c, what you see, okay? So they are some of the examples of glycated molecules. So then these molecules actually will start increasing your inflammation in our body. Typically, this is general pathway. We have a balance here. We have balance here where we have this ROS generated, and we have, these are the general pathways in our body that actually control all this innate inflammation basically. So lot of enzymes, peroxide, redoxins, glutathione. Glutathione is the most reducing molecule what we have in our body. So glutathione, peroxidases, superoxide dismutase, all the catalases will reduce your H2O2. So these kind of things actually will regulate, including our diet-derived antioxidants. Okay? So when the balance goes off, then you end up with the disease basically. Then you have your serious inflammation, then you start seeing your pan burning. You have seen some burning of oil, suddenly you add some water and suddenly the fire catches the oil and then you see this fire coming up. I don't know how many of you do kitchen duties, okay? And then what happens, all this AGEs bind to these receptors and then they activate all these inflammatory pathways which actually can lead to cancer, autophagy, inflammation, angiogenesis, and reduce angiogenesis. I'll come back to you with this one. Apoptosis and your dementia, all these things. Not that everything is balanced, but when balance go away, then you are more susceptible for this disease basically. And particularly when you have hyperglycemia, it comes to diabetic people, then AGEs are always upregulated. You are always upregulated. Then because of that, what happens? You see these heart problems, you see your diabetic foot ulcers. I don't know how many of you have noticed. Diabetic people who have wounds, the wounds are very difficult to treat, very, very difficult to treat. And I have one slide that comes afterwards. At least 30 to 40% of people with diabetes will end up in diabetic wounds. And then once the diabetic wounds come and they become chronic, their life expectancy goes down drastically, very drastically. And most people actually get their legs amputated. Okay? And retinopathy, people diabetic, long-term diabetic, chronic diabetes, they lose their eyesight as well. And they lose their nephropathy, kidney problems. And your neuropathy, you lose senses basically. Diabetic, chronic diabetic people. So this is all because of your inflammation. You are overheating your body. You are you told cooling your body, right? Try to cool this body. Right? So now, in a typical, suppose if you have a bacterial infection, how does the body react? Okay? In an accident situation, let us look at this. Response and emergency socially. Suppose if I say there is a fire there, then what do? Immediately alert others and run away. So similarly, first you detect your disease, detect your accident, fire accident, and then which actually gives a early recognition of the danger, and then you move away. Second, initial rapid response. So sound alarms, call people for help, make phone call for 100 number, dial 100, and then once you call 100, and then people will come to stop the fire, and then they control this thing. So these are the things what happens during a routine system. This is the threat is neutralized basically once people come. Now body, what happens? When a pathogen comes, for example, your COVID or some bacterial infection, okay, so 15 minutes, 10 minutes, 45, 10 minutes, okay, 10 minutes, okay, yeah. So then what happens? Your innate immune system will get activated, and then your neutrophils, macrophages, they come, they engulf the bacteria, they engulf the virus, and they actually kill the virus. And then this is because of inflammation. Inflammation is important part basically. Cytokine. How many of you heard cytokine storm during the COVID time? So this is how cytokine storm comes in response to your pathogen basically. So then once the cytokine storm comes, they eliminate the pathogen. Okay? So similarly, then once the disease is over, then they make a future plans, like that is generating your antibodies, developing the immune system against the particular infecting agent basically. So why did we fail in COVID? So typically body reacts for any agent. Unfortunately, COVID actually is so smart that it will not let the body to know that it has come inside. It will not let its RNA to be detected. It will not let its protein to be detected. So body thinks nothing is there. But suddenly, at some point when viral load actually goes up, then body realizes. Then imagine what happens basically. Then body really want to go for a war. And where is it playing the war? In our own body. And that's why when you see these people actually suffer with the lung disease basically. So in a war system, if your enemy comes into your already land, then what do? You want to stop them advancing further. So you destroy all the bridges, your own bridges, you destroy them. So you destroy your own railway things. So actually, you can actually move forward so that they don't come to chase you basically. So that way, immune system tries to fight against it, but it is so harsh that it destroys our own tissues. And that's where people actually suffered a lot of disease because of the ARDS, acute respiratory disease basically. So you have your cytokine storm that actually, IL-6, I won't want to say IL-6 is many of them are there, interleukins basically. IL-6 is something, a bigger marker for tissues, and IL-6 binds to receptors, and activates the JAK pathway, which causes excessive inflammation in the lungs tissues, leading to acute respiratory distress syndrome. That's where people actually suffered, and many people died because of the ARDS. All of us have used plant-based. None of us knew, but at least I'm pretty sure many people actually have used plant-based extracts as a cure for the, to boost your immunity. So most of these things, what they have actually have anti-inflammatory molecules. For example, your curcumin. Everything actually has got this one basically. So I'll not go through. The curcumin has got lot of, they reduce the TNF alpha, IL-1, IL-6, a lot of this. So that way people actually have survived through during the COVID time. And similarly, your curry leaves actually are, help you with the inflammation, fighting inflammation. Coriander, day-to-day food, coriander, and your mint, they also will help in reducing the inflammation basically, particularly when you are in the inflammatory situation basically. Okay, so all the Ayurvedic, since you are in the city of where Ayurveda actually has evolved a lot. I was there in Katakil Arya Vaidyashala today. So there's a market for a single product of 1,000 crores. You can see Triphala, Trikatu, 800 crores. Dashaphala, the Dashamula, 700 crores. Panchatika, 600 crores. They're all anti-inflammatory. They have different combinations basically. And IL-6 comes always basically. So we can stop here. 10 minutes more. Okay, thank you. Oh, very good. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I will tell you, again, I don't PI, active pharmaceutical ingredient, and there are a lot of requirements for a molecule to go or an extract to go through modern drug, and this actually will have a better patentability because we are making new molecules, new formulations, and they are protected by the new patent clause. Even though plant is known, but if you are showing a new property, new mechanism, new formulation, then they are patentable basically. So, and these are prescribed by allopathic doctors or any doctor, they become prescription drugs. So what we do in our life with the phytopharmaceuticals? So again, going back to COVID, Cinema sylvestre. So we have taken that plant based on our search. This we have done during COVID time. This is my house. You can see this actually grows on my house basically. And my students have come to pick up this leaves here. So, and this is our COVID time recipe. This is how we made decoction and we drank all during the COVID time basically. So again, we understood what is the disease pattern of the COVID and how it is going up. We made a formulation based on our extract and then characterization. We did this method of purification basically. Simply we take these leaves, dry them in the shade, and then we extract with solvents, different solvents, and then we do drying, and then we do reformulation and analyze them, LCMS, GCMS, and a lot of other things, NMR. We also purify compounds. Then to overcome this, then we have taken the rats. We created artificial inflammation in the lungs by using LPS. Okay, done? Huh? Okay, yeah, okay. So basically what we have done, we have actually done the treatment with that, and then we can very clearly see all your interleukins have come down and the animals became healthy. Those we didn't treat them, they died actually. Okay, and we use purification process here. Yeah, okay, I think I'll stop here. And Dr. Fazil? Okay? Okay, yeah, thank you. So any questions?
He has successfully guided 12 PhD scholars and 10 MPhil scholars, published over 45 research articles, and presented more than 50 papers at national and international conferences. His academic contributions extend to serving as an editor, reviewer, subject expert, academic and administrative auditor, examiner, and curriculum developer. With rich experience across several reputed institutions, including an international academic assignment in Oman, he continues to contribute meaningfully as a dedicated researcher, academician, and resource person in the field of commerce. Now, I cordially invite our respected session chair, Dr. K.P. Vinod Kumar, sir, to deliver the chair's address. Welcome you, sir.
Respected head of the department, Deepa, our honorable faculty, Ravindran sir, Jamila Nisar sir, other faculty members, research scholars from neighboring countries, and my dear students. I'm really happy to see the Commerce Department is initiating the academic discourse here by selecting a topic that is probably linking with the multidisciplinary aspects. When I started my knowing commerce 30 years before, the first definition we used to hear is what is business. And normally the business is, at that time the definition is, proper business of business is what business does. You got the point. What is business? Doing it profitably. That's the only area where we have to focus on. Now, even the concept of profitability has inclined so much of definitions, so much of meaning to different stakeholders. Even the concept of stakeholders started way back beginning of 90s, where you are not using financial capital alone, you are start using the social overhead capital, or what we call it as the infrastructure. Now in 2025, we talk about the digital infrastructure, not the physical infrastructure. Again, you see, when the factors of production are conducive for you, it will be a long-cherished arena to develop in the markets. Countries with land, countries with labor, capital, organization, knowledge, etc. will flourish. Now in 2026, what happens? Those countries which just developed and marked their substance as not even having that kind of resources. If you look at the balance sheet of 2026 companies, the biggest assets, I think, is the connectivity and networking, not the physical resources, not the material resources. Again, when you see a competitor, it starts thinking it is your opposite leader, competitor. Now, what we see is connectivity and competitive advantage. Now we are going to that kind of competitive advantage is being replaced by complementary advantage, or you put it as a collaborative advantage in 2026. So the concept of theory has been defined. It's going on. You see, innovation become a part of nowadays work culture, nowadays organizational success. Often we relate the kind of innovation is with the technological innovation, and often linked with the MIT or Sloan University or Harvard University, etc. Now the concept of the research innovation has been at the down to end. Have you anybody heard about the Jugaad technologies, my students? Have you heard about the Jugaad technologies? When nano car invented in India, a book was, Henry Fredbeck has written a book on nanovation. Later on, it is replaced by the innovation and innovations. Innovation means Indianization. If you look at the 2026 MIT ranking, you see a number of almost 615 research innovations are at the grassroots level, at the community level, not at the research institute. You see a lot of innovations. These innovations become disruptive innovations, a game changeover innovations. When you talk about the Yahoo, when you talk about the Googleizing, Google becomes synonymous with your internet passage words. You see what is companies like Amazon. Amazon does not have a shop at all. Now they are competing with the so-called Walmart. Even, in fact, without any physical shop, Amazon is competing with. So the case with many other companies. Music system. You see, Amazon has disrupted the publishing industry. Similarly, a number of companies has disrupted the basic entity. So what is, on one hand, you are concentrating on innovation aspects. Again, you see, one company, we often talked about the Indigo. Indigo, everything is planned 15 years ago by the Harvard University. The Harvard's case study is with the Indigo. But see, from a mere percentage, so-called, you call it as 16% of market share. Now, it's the leader in, 1 month back, it's the leader in Indigo in air transportation, controlling 64%. Next to is only 18% with Air India. Other companies like Go Air, Deccan Air, so many, it will have its own market share. So there is a need to have the kind of development in the technology front, conceptual ideas being there. Then we talked about the biodiversity keeping energy norms. After perhaps the COVID scenario, you see global economy is under recession and countries doing everything to protect the diversity. That is 3 principal ingredients. One is you are living on the planet, you need to develop, protect the environmental aspects. If you are delving into people, human side, we do everything to protect the human values. Then keeping up the biodiversity, you should have a neat governance system. All these are contributing towards the kind of environment. That is what we call it as a sustainability. So sustainability is a catchword in nowadays. Inclusiveness is a catchword in the dictionaries. So you need to be sustainable in every aspect. Sustainability in HR, sustainability in business practices, sustainability in customer orientation, business models, keeping of biodiversity, refixing, reutilization. You call it a circular economy. You might have heard about the circular economy. Sawyer is talking about the circular economy now. Reuse, refurbish, everything is there. Recycle the materials. So the kind of exposure you need to develop is the concept of silo thinking. One-sided thinking is over. Now we are going to have that kind of multiplicity in diversity in thinking process. So I'm not taking much of the time. One more, if you have one more examples. If you see I already talked that example in the morning session, Telangana districts, Rangareddy districts of Telangana. If you look at the GDP, gross domestic product per capita, per population, you see it is 13.72 lakh. That's the annual per capita production. You look at the Kerala districts, the highest district is 2.2. What makes the difference is because Telangana, Rangareddy districts become the hub of many companies, pharmaceutical companies, physical labs, defense equipment center is there. Then most of the outsourcing units of multinational companies are located at Telangana. So what contributes this kind of information is you need to have a convergent thinking, not the silo thinking. That will produce you better results. We are happy the Commerce Department's plenary session connected with that kind of topic. We have the experienced faculty member is here, Ravindra sir. He has more than 30 years of teaching experience, research experience. He has produced a number of journals, produced more than 10 PhDs, 10 MPhil dissertations and 20 PhD odds. And he has been a master class, but you call it as a legendary figure in the commerce and management education. I am happy to see that you will touch upon the circular economy, recycle usage, definitely the sustainability part of HR usage, how you use technological innovations, and overall, how you add value to the product. The success of any company nowadays is not the physical resources, it is the idea that has been transplanted to the society. Definitely, these sessions will have a proper interactions. It will be a glorious choice for our students to interact with the veteran faculties. Definitely, he explored the very benefits of what Ravindra is talking about today. Thank you. I gracefully invite Dr. Ravindra sir to have his presentation. After the presentation, definitely we will have a time for interactions. You know, the success of any seminar is depend upon how you contribute, deliberate with the academicians, and get best out of it. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. Next, hear the momentum of giving our token of appreciation and love to our esteemed resource person. I invite Dr. Vinod Kumar, KP, for handovering the gift and Dr. G. Ravindran to receive it.
So next, I would like to invite Dr. G. Ravindran, Associate Professor, Department of Commerce, Government Arts College, Coimbatore. Sir, please.
Most respected principal sir, head of the department, distinguished faculty members, and my dear student friends, I stand before you to take the topic for today's conference, sustainable business practices. You know very well today where we are. India is in the 4th position in the global scenario, but we were in the 12th, 13th position couple of years back. So we could achieve this 4th position within very short 5 years, right? Because of 3 C's, right? First C was capacity. Second C was capability. Third one was competency, right? But today we are using more of competency to try to become #1 in the global scenario within 2047. That is our vision and mission statement, right? So we have to reach the #1 global economic superpower, not nuclear superpower. I am talking about business, very much sustainability, business and development, very much talk about economic superpower, right? Only because of these 3 C's it is possible, right? Capability, capacity and competency. So for achieving the global market leader, we have to develop our technology. Technology is a superpower. Technology today, what we are using, our business houses now using is high-tech, highly ultra-modern, right? Highly sophisticated. Frontline technology, I can say, see for example, we are claiming our Bangalore is, Silicon Valley of India. But Americans' perception is something different. They are not accepting Bangalore is Silicon Valley of India. It is Coolie Valley of India. Coolie Valley means, if they pay 50,000 per month to a BE or BTech, they are ready to work for 12 hours, 14 hours. But they cannot extract that type of work in their mother soil. So that is why they are all coming to India and they are using India as a warehouse, HR warehouse. Global capability centers are coming up in India, large number of GCCs, right? India is the capital of, GCC, Global Capability Centers. More number of IT, ES, BPOs, KPOs, legal process outsourcing, software as a service, and also Internet of Things are developing very much. But today we are thinking about artificial intelligence is a super intelligence, but US is not accepting. In America, AI is now outdated. After AI, ASI came, artificial super intelligence came, that is also outdated. Then AGI, artificial general intelligence came, that is also outdated. But today in US everybody is talking about quantum. Quantum is the new oil, like ChatGPT and other IT enabled jobs and all used quantum as a main frontline engine, search engine for developing new products, new technologies, new avenues. So every economy is developing because of their capability, their capacity, their competency. So India is emerging as a startup capital. Today, in India, we have 2 lakh new startups, especially after the pandemic, COVID-19. But even today, US is leading with number 1 position in the startup, and second place goes to China, People's Republic of China. Third only India, right? 2 lakh startups are functioning, and India is now using the mantra Startup India, Stand Up India. Stand up means surviving with the existing technology, disruptive technology of very old, traditional textile industry, jute industry, and other engineering industries. But the frontline technology is supporting the new, innovative and best innovative engineering areas like software development, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, and other allied areas like BPO, KPO, LPOs and all. So that's why America is saying Bangalore is a Coolie Valley, but we are claiming Bangalore is a Silicon Valley. But perceptional difference. American newspapers writing the headline like this, New York Times, Washington Post, and all like that, they write Bangalore is concrete, city of concrete jungle. 40-story, 50-story, multi-story buildings, apartments, buildings, business centers are coming up. We are cutting trees and we are constructing buildings. Bangalore is according to New York Times, it is a city of concrete jungle. Another newspaper, Washington Post, is writing like this, city of e-waste. Bangalore is sending more e-waste, electronic scrap, tons and tons of electronic scrap to the stockyard. So these are the other disruptive sides of the technology. Technology is a double-edged weapon, So technology is a good thing, but at the same time, we are suffering from technology a lot more, So that's why I am saying we have to sustain our businesses with the 3 P's, People, process, planet. We have to save our Mother Earth. We have to save our people. We have to save our resources for future generations. We have to fulfill our present day needs, but we have to use 3 R's, We have to reduce our consumption, we have to recycle, we have to reuse. Wherever possible, we have to reuse, we have to recycle, we have to reduce our consumption. So these are the present day requirements, We cannot waste our resources, including human resource. India is supplier of the global HR, powerhouse, India is supplying the global HR requirements all over the world. Indians are everywhere, especially in the field of software, especially in the field of other engineering and other technology. So that is why the topic taken for discussion is sustainable business practices. If any business wants to sustain, they have to develop best practices out of available technology, out of available human acquisition, human talent. So today, half of our population is below the age of 30. Indian youths are outperforming in the global reforms. So that's why Government of India has set a mission and vision document. Government agenda is perform, reform, transform. So green finance. So today everywhere green finance is gaining momentum. Sustainable business practice is the area where we have to urgently concentrate on 3 P's, 3 R's, 3 C's. I told you very clearly, 3 C's are capacity building, capability building, competency building. But today we are more about, concentration is more on competency building. Capacity already we have, Very big country with a lot of minerals, resources, with a lot of biodiversity, ecological balance, everything is all right, fine. India is the largest supplier of textile. India is the largest producer of milk. India is the largest producer of tea, coffee, pepper, cardamom, all agricultural spices, Coconut. So we have enough resources, but we have to sustain with future biodiversity and with ecological balance. We have to support the other dangers of the mother soil earth of global warming. Global warming is a major threat, carbon emission. So that's why we have to carefully move inch by inch towards our destination, right? We have to reach the destiny with lot of troubles. Sir was rightly pointed out, disruptive technology, circular economy. Sir was telling, we were using only 4 resources, right? Land, labor, capital, organization. But today, we are using more resources. More resources, we are using. So India is, once upon a time, was an import destination. Slowly, gradually, we are developing our exports. But today, India is both import, export, and entry port. Entry port means we are importing some raw material available very cheaper rates at Indonesia or Philippines or other countries. We are processing it with low cost labor, right? Technology, high quality technology, we are exporting to developed countries, right? So India is importing, processing, exporting. So that's why now more number of government reforms. Government is now introducing reforms to transform, and finally government is able to perform well with our neighboring, right, counterpart countries. For example, if you take textile, Bangladesh is our threat. If we take engineering, mass production, mass consumption technology, China is our threat. If we take cars, Japan and Korea is our threat. So whatever product if we take, there is a competition. But India is a moderately advancing, inching towards right, final destiny. So that's why we are shifting our focus from service sector, right, development to manufacturing core, right, area development. So this last budget gave importance for manufacturing sector, right? Lot of support for manufacturing sector. India wants to become global manufacturing hub. Then only we can compete with our neighboring counterpart China and other Korea, Germany and other manufacturing economies. So that's why we may not be able to survive with only software and hardware. Hardware and software are good. Both are two sides of the same coin. But that may not be alone sufficient for our future development. Our GDP, sir was saying, is very high. 6.25 to 6.75 is ranging. And India is part of the BRICS, emerging economies like Brazil, India, Russia, China and South Africa. And India is entering into various treaties, bilateral, multilateral, unilateral treaties. Very recently, India signed treaty agreement with Europe, Western Europe. Most 30 to 40 countries going to get Indian goods at a cheaper price. We are also getting goods from Europe. So India, even US, the war, tariff war. Tariff war is a major threat today between countries. So America is threatening India only because of, right, the tax. They said 50%, 25%, but finally they end up with 18%, right? But we have to go, it is a journey, right? We have to travel a lot for sustainability in the business because we have to fulfill our requirements domestically first. So that is why we are exporting, we are importing, and we are using our country as a entry port, right? So India is experiencing more number of, right, talent acquisition skills, right? So, earlier, one who is working very hard was appreciated, rewarded. Hard work is a, right, foolishness, right? What is required? Smart work. What is required? Smart work, right? So today, those economies are, right, doing the smart work only can gain momentum. Those days were gone, right? So LPG was introduced in 1991 by our then Prime Minister and Finance Minister, right, Dr. Manmohan Singh. It was nothing but liberalization, privatization and globalization, right? Opening up of the Indian economic gateway to the global players. But today we are enjoying the fruits of LPG. But many developed economies like US and Europe introduced economic liberalization, privatization and globalization, economic reforms in 1980s, 70s, 60s. That's why a rural American bank was introducing ATM in 60s. But first ATM came to India, that too in New Delhi, only in 1991. So that type of transfer of technology gap was 30 years, 20 years, 10 years. But today it is just 6 months to 1 year. Right? Transfer of technology gap is narrowing down. And we are using world-class technology. India is emerging as a manufacturing hub. We are using VLSI, very large scale integration technology, mass production, mass consumption. So consumption is now a very major economic, macroeconomic variable today. India is everybody's destination, right? So even China is selling cars in India. BYD, build your dream, is the best car of China today in Indian roads. So that's why, the sustainable business practices are evergreen, and a country like India is very well using, this sustainable business practices for future growth, for future economic development, right? Consistency is also very much required. So I am going to use a very few PPTs for, right, our future direction, right? What is actually what is happening in the industry, trade, commerce, import, export, science, technology. Every sector is touched by the sustainable business practices. So technology plays a major role, crucial role, right? Okay.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words.
Okay, well, so the sustainable business practices is the new oil, right? Today, every sector is undergoing sustainable business practices. So the key practices today are adopting renewable energy, right? So energy is a main resource today for development, right? Without energy, a country cannot grow further. See, one small example I would like to quote: average per capita consumption of, right, energy in India is 500 units per individual, but in US it is 29,000 units. So their lifestyle is ultra modern, high tech. Everywhere they are using energy, even for winter, even for summer, even for other, wherever they are using right, electricity as a energy, right? AC, heater, right? Air conditioned restaurant, air conditioned buses, trains, classrooms, hospitals. Everywhere energy is consumed more. Their concept is produce more, consume more. If you consume more, then only your business will sustain, develop. So that is the energy. Renewable energy is the major area. We are having unlimited source of solar, unlimited source, new oil. Solar energy is India top number one, right? Even wind energy, energy from tides, energy from waste, energy from biodiversity. So lot of energy is produced at a low cost. Second is enhancing energy efficiency using LED bulbs, using low cost, technology for saving our resources. The next is ethical supply chains. Supply chain, logistics supply chain is using all modes, road, rail, air, water, inland waterways, very cheaper, right? So we are using more harbors, more airports coming up, more number of harbors are coming up. So logistics support system should be, right, low cost for serving common man, for serving industry, business, trade, import, export, for everything, right? Next, very good roads, right? Golden quadrangle, 4 express highways, international airports, promoted as seaport, airport, star trading houses, superstar trading houses, and also 100% EOUs, EPZ, export processing zones are coming up, and also special economic zones like Cochin, Vizag, Thiruvananthapuram, Mangalore, and all filled with more number of special economic zones are coming up with logistics support, with supply chain management, with ERP, with softwares. The next is the increasing focus on CSR. Corporates are spending more money, 2% of their net profit for social welfare. Social, right, stakeholders welfare. Corporate social responsibility is very attractive thing today in the business and sustainability. The next is water conservation. So government is taking enormous steps to conserve water for future. Water for future, right? Otherwise, what will happen? There will be a, right, problem for drinking, processing water by 2030. Most of the countries suffering water shortage, especially the South Africa's Johannesburg, Cape Town, Durban. All the cities are using ATMs for water. A family will get only 30 liter, 40 liter water per day, that too through ATM. But India is very fortunate. We are having plenty of water. So just because it is available, we don't want to waste our water. We are using recycling, we are using rainwater harvesting, and we are using micro water management. Even we are getting technology support from a small country, Israel, helping India, extending helping hand to India for micro water management, especially where states were suffering from water shortage like Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh and other states. The next is the transparent sustainability. Sustainability is more of transparency oriented. Right? Openness is required everywhere. So education system, industry, academia and industrial collaborations, everything is focusing on sustainability, consistency and future development. Everything is futuristic. Right? Our vision, mission of every sector is to conserve forest, to preserve resources for future generation. Why? Because India is going to get 170 crore population by 2050. Our population today is now 1.45 billion. So this will go to, this curve will touch 170 crore. Then only our population birth rate will come down like China. But China already started declining population and birth rate. But ours is again climbing up and up. It is 1.45 billion. It will go to 1.75 billion by 2050. Then only it will come down. But it is an opportunity. SWOT analysis, strength, weakness, opportunities, threats. Population is not a threat. It is an opportunity to India because we are using our human resource as a, human resource as a demographic dividend. Demographic dividend means our software engineers, hardware engineers, our scientists, our management experts working abroad, pumping money to India. That's why Indian economy is growing 6.5% on an average per GDP per annum. But no other economy is growing 6% GDP rate in this world except none other than India. All because of our NRI. All very well, Kerala is contributing maximum to the government exchequer. Trichur, Cochin, Calicut and all contributing maximum foreign currency reserve to our exchequer, Government of India exchequer. More number of foreign cars are on road only in Trichur and Cochin. More number of NRI branches of banks are operational only in Trichur, Cochin, Calicut. It's not in Mumbai. It's not, even though Mumbai is the financial capital of India, is not having more NRI branches, not having more foreign cars, imported cars. So more number of gold, selling in state of Kerala. India's best gold selling markets are Trichur and Kerala, Calicut. So that's why consuming economy. India is a very big consuming economy. More consumption is taking place. So economy wants to get revival. Economy wants to get advancement. Consumption is a major factor. A country like European countries, Western European countries are very small countries, but their consumption pattern is very low. So whatever they produce, they have to export to other countries. Domestic consumption is less, but country like India fortunately have more consumption, food grains or edible oil or anything, rice, wheat, milk, whatever we are producing, we are consuming. So that is why our economy is sustaining. We are not depending on export. We are very much using internal domestic market as a stronger market, emerging market, even for various products, various food grains and other food stuff. The next is meet regulatory requirements. Regulatory requirements means compliance. See, government is insisting more compliance reports periodically, regularly. You as a businessman, you have to know, you have to send reports regularly. Then only you can come. You can come out of the radar. Compliance is a very important practice today. You have to report to stakeholders. You have to send reports to government, tax authorities. You have to send reports to various departments. So that is the another important thing. Yes. So today, sustainable business practice is very much touching, finance. Very well, inclusive growth. Inclusive growth means what? touching the untouched, right? Touching the untouched, reaching the right areas where those who don't have banking facilities, insurance services, those don't avail no banking products, banking services. So that is why the green finance is nothing but developing financial institutions like banks and other non-banking finance companies, small finance banks and all, offering lot of loans to the business establishments for short-term, medium-term, long-term capital requirement. Fixed capital, current assets purchased by the Mudra loans and all, up to 50 lakhs, 1 crore, 2 crore, 5 crore, 10 crore, they are giving free loans for business establishments. So that is why startups are coming up large number. 2 lakh startups are functioning. Every day, 200 new startups are coming up. How it is possible? Because of the financial support, green finance movement. Financial institutions are lending easy loans. So that's why a startup is becoming unicorn. Startup unicorn means a newly started new small business venture is going to cross 100 crore turnover within 10 years. Right? More number of unicorns are coming. Unicorns means 100 crore turnover startups are more number in India. They are getting all the facilities from the government of India through the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs. Yes. So what are the 5 capitals of sustainability? Sustainability is not very much possible depending on 5 factors. First is human factor. Human capital, you know very well labor. In economics we might have studied land, labor, capital organization. For using land we are giving rent as a reward. For using human labor we are giving wages. For using capital we are giving interest. For using entrepreneurial talent, ability, we are paying profit. Profit is the reward for risk taking. Same thing slightly varying right in the sustainability. First is human. Without human involvement, sustainability is not possible. So human capital is now very big force. It's followed by the human capital, social involvement. Society is to be inculcated the best practices, how to preserve water, how to make use the best use of way of the resources. So social movement, social involvement. Third is physical. Physical means infrastructure facilities, physical facilities. Then economic, macro, microeconomic variables, economic variables are very important parameters, So economic system, economic variables, political, social, cultural, culture, belief system, value system, Every society is adopting its own culture, subculture. So economic system belongs to technology, social, cultural, political, legal. Legal system also very strong. India is having a very good legal system, so we can solve our disputes. Within the country, outside the country, there is any dispute, we can easily come out of legal system. So economic combination. The next is environmental, natural. So our environment is playing a major role in the business sustainability. Our environment is totally supporting our businesses. So natural resources, India is having plenty of resources. Lot of resources now available, including oil, including natural gas, including other resources are available plenty, agricultural resources. So there are certain thinking pattern we have to adopt and change for sustainability from the grassroots level, from the bottom level. So first R is we have to rethink. Whatever thinking we had earlier days, those days were gone. After the economic liberalization, 1991, we started moving very advanced rate of economic growth, but India's foreign reserve, India's GDP, India's interest rate stability, India's export, India's capital market, India's banking system, India's insurance sector, mutual funds, capital market, forex, derivatives, futures, options. If it is a very vibrant capital market. Now that's why India is attracting more foreign direct investment. India is attracting more foreign institutional investment, foreign portfolio investment. Lot of money is coming to India as investment because of attractive interest rate, attractive dividend, attractive right, bond market, derivatives market, futures market. It is a hybrid financial system we are adopting. So that is why our thinking pattern is changed. So India is now thinking advanced. So rethink. Second is you have to refuse. See, whatever is against nature, whatever is against our system, whatever is against our economic policy, we are boldly, right, saying no. Government is saying no to the right countries. So that is the second thing, refuse. So you as an individual, as a businessman, as a government, as a policy maker, they have to develop guts to refuse. If any agreement is going against people of India, government says no. So that is that type of thinking and refusal was not there in earlier days, olden days. But today we are empowered. Our economic resources are self-sufficient, self-reliant. That's why now we are boldly saying no to the economies. So when tariff was hiked by American government, India says no, right? No. So that is the second thing, reuse, refuse, rethink. Then reduce. We have to reduce our consumption. Wherever the wastage is occurring, we have to take care, we have to go extra mile to save our resources for future. So that is the reduce our consumption pattern, especially natural resources. See, we are importing petroleum products, oil, gas, natural gas and oil, crude. But today we are developing an alternative source of energy. We are using solar, we are using wind energy, energy from tides, energy from waste, energy from degradable biodiversity. So that is that and all help our government to reduce our import, to reduce our oil import, major source of revenue we are saving. Then reuse, then repair. Repair means we are using our technology for prolonging our technology for our services for further extending years. So that is the in defense and defense sector and all becoming self-sufficient. Earlier we used to import war flights and warships, submarines and even guns and all. But today we developed indigenous technology and we are exporting many war equipments, arms and ammunities to third world countries. Especially during the COVID period, we developed vaccine and we supported more than 100 countries. India is proudly exporting medicines at a free of cost, mostly African countries. Right? Even today we are supporting defense equipments to Indonesia and Philippines. Philippines and Indonesia is importing war equipments from India, tanks and all, missiles and all. The next is we have developed satellite technology also, right? India was launching very few satellites in 1970s. INSAT, Indian National Satellite 1A, 1B, 1C. But today there are hundreds of satellites every year. We are launching hundreds of satellites. Even private universities in Chennai, they have launched satellites. SRM Sat. SRM University launched a satellite, SRM satellite, right? VIT Sat. Like that, private colleges, universities started launching satellites for R&D, research and development, and exploration of petroleum resources in Godavari, in Brahmaputra, and other deserts like high Arabian Sea and all. The next is recycle. We are using technology for recycle our resources. Recycle means reuse, right? Even water, we are using recycling technology for processed water for agriculture and other industrial usage. Cities like Tirupur, Erode, Trichangot and Salem and all using dyeing units for recycled water. Even they are using recycling water for drinking purpose with some chemicals and all. Then recover. So we have to go for further mile, extra mile to go for more innovations. With our R&D support, every organization is now having R&D, especially medicine, pharmaceuticals, engineering and all. Spend lot of money for re-engineering, lot of money for mechanization, automation, diversification, right? Computerization. So human work is now replaced by machines, equipments for faster, right, productivity. Input-output relationship is more in technology supported productivity system instead of human supporting system. Capital intensive technology, labor intensive technology, both are supporting our business sustainability. Labor intensive means employing more labor, less technology. More labor investment, less technology investment. But today, things have changed. Today is no right capital intensive technology, more capital invested in the beginning, but with minimum human manpower. But we have to balance both because India is now 1.45 billion, right, populated country. So we use now more technology, frontline technology, people will lose employment. So that is why we are acting as a balancing act. So that is why we are recovering, right, all the new avenues for further development. So these are the 7 fundamental R's in sustainability: rethink, reuse, refuse, reduce, repair, recycle and recover. Right. So now, right, the 10 golden, right, areas, rules for sustainability. So we have to take a pledge. We have to do these 10 golden rules. First rule is design adaptive system. See, all the manufacturing industries are using adaptive technology. Adaptive technology means what is suited for them, they are using. Even Maruti Udyog Limited, largest car maker in the world, they have produced more than 5 crore cars. 5 crore cars produced by Maruti Udyog Limited. Largest producer of two-wheelers, Hero Honda Motor Corporation, Hero Honda Motors, bikes, scooters. So largest number of, right, trains flying across India. Even compared to China, India is having more railway track network, more signaling, more advancement in railway transportation system. So that is why adaptive, right, system. Design for even banking sector is adopting, right, adaptive system. Banking technology, online banking, mobile banking, net banking, right. Everything is now very attractive. Even our system of the online payment, countries are appreciating India. Even Singapore is using our technology for GPA. Next is design for positive impact. Positive impact means the business sustainability gives started giving better results. We are enjoying very fruitful results for the past 10-15 years, especially the economic reforms phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, 3 point, right? Now we are going for industry 4.0. Industry 4.0, telecommunication technology is concerned, India is, right, very strong. Automobile technology, telecommunication technology, textile technology. We are finding alternative material for cotton. We are finding alternative material for jute. We are using bamboos, right? Bamboos, from forest for manufacturing yarns, synthetic fiber. So India is evolving better technology compared to other developed nations. The next is go bio and renewable energy. Go bio means natural, right, resource, and renewable energy we are using solar, wind and all. Then go clean. We have to keep our country clean and green, right? Clean and green, Swachh Bharat and all. The next is do with less. Do with less means using more productivity with the minimum manpower, with the minimum energy consumption, with the minimum space utilization, with the minimum, right, wastage of resources. So go with less. Do it today. Whatever job assigned to you, you have to try to complete within minimum possible time, stipulated time, permitted time. Don't extend your time for, right, tomorrow or next week. No. So do it today. Do it yourself. Do it yourself. Do it today. Right? Do with less. These are all the concepts. The next is ensuring equity and well-being. Equity means among the payment system, even wages, salaries, equal wages for equal work. We are working very hard to achieve our economic, we have to raise our economic bars. We have to maintain 6% GDP for another 10 years, 15 years, then only we can able to compete with our counterpart economies like China, Korea, Taiwan, Hong Kong and Singapore and all. So that is why the ensuring equity, but people are getting good wages. Earlier getting lakhs and lakhs of wages only possible in Singapore and Dubai. But today even Bangalore, there are companies paying 5 lakhs per annum as salary, 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs. So that is why principle of equity, equal justice and all very much happening with the government legislative protection and support. Then well-being, economic well-being. So economy is now growing, lifestyle is going up, good education, good medical healthcare activity, average life expectancy of the individuals is going up. Earlier it was 50, 55, 60, but today advancement in medical super specialty, multi-specialty medical care, we are living our life happily and more number of extended years. So our average life expectancy is going up. Right? There are people living up to 100 years, 120 years, 105 years in Korea, Japan, Taiwan, Hong Kong, China. But today in India, we are controlling our birth rate, but controlling our death rate also because of the well-being, because of the advanced lifestyle, social security benefits from the government side, local government, central government, state governments and all. The next is the support and safe, sustainable lifestyle. Our lifestyle, good education, providing quality education to the youngsters, providing better drinking water, providing better electricity, providing uninterrupted 24 hours electricity, 24/7, providing good banking services, providing transport, providing logistics, supply chain. Everything is on par with developed countries. So that is why our lifestyle is going up. Again and again we are enjoying, right, our good lifestyle. The next is design for long and reuse. So long use, using more, for prolonged years, and reuse. Reuse means instead of buying and wasting the resources, we have to use the resources for fullest possible extent. And reuse, wherever it is possible, we are going for reuse of technology, even vehicles and all. The next is design for design for changes, design for endings, and finally design for recovery. Recovery is also possible, right? See, for example, in science and technology, advancement and development gives ways and means for using the same age-old product for modern day requirement, current day requirement. So that is also possible. Right. So now the important domains in the sustainability is concerned. First, political support. Government, central government, state government, local government, everywhere there is a high rate of awareness is prevailing. Even they have included in the education system to inculcate the values of sustainability, stability, economic, right? Stability and sustainability is two important pillars of, right, business growth. Business wants to grow means sustainability and development and consistency is very important. So that is only possible because of stable government, because of government policy makers support. So political stability is concerned is unshakening, right? It is highly stable. So stable government can provide stable policies. Stable, right, policies, export policy, industrial policy, licensing policy, labor policy, all policies are quite good. There are some criticisms, but it is supporting business. It is practically evidence, we are enjoying the results. And funding stability, funds are concerned as far as new businessman is not at all a problem. Banks are ready to help, angel investors, venture capital, foreign investments are coming to India at a very large quantum. Very large amount of foreign investment is coming. As a entrepreneur, you are getting large number of funds from the institutions like IITs, IIS, Indian Institute of Science, IIMs and all giving, right, funding, technology supportive funding for young entrepreneurs, young and energetic entrepreneurs. Next is partnership, collaborative agreements. Foreign collaborative joint ventures and agreements are more in number today, especially in the field of automobile, telecommunication, even pharmaceutical sector, and also the other space research, right? Everywhere defense system also enjoying partnership. We are using India's strategic advantage for partnering. We are helping, right, one hand, they are also helping in the other side. The next is organizational capacity. Organizations are increasing its installed capacity of operation, right? 100% they are using fullest capacity for producing maximum product services for meeting the consumption, meeting the market demand. Market demand mismatching is leading to price variation, flexibility, price variation and price fluctuation. So there is no, right, ups and downs in prices. So that is why we are matching the organizational capability and capacity for market price mechanism is not mismatching for more number of goods. Then program evaluation, every program is properly evaluated through scientific methods, through advancement in management practices. So program evaluation review technique, critical path method, queuing theory, transportation assignment theory, assignment problem, game theory. So like that now we are using all operational research technologies for evolving the project, feasibility, financial feasibility, marketing feasibility, administrative feasibility, managerial, right, and also human resource feasibility and all we are evolving. The next is now program adoption. We are adopting the programs according to our requirement. If a program is not suited for current day requirement, we are postponing. We are concentrating some other diversified areas. So program adoption is at good rate. Then communication, right? Our communication network and our communication system is very strong, very cheaper, right? Every country is now growing with communication system of communication, right? Communication technology is very strong. Telecom everywhere now. Knowledge exchanging is now very important. And finally, strategic planning. Government as well as now business associations like Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Confederation of Indian Industry, CII, FCII, and all now doing well with the government support, with the government intervention, right, for developing, taking our business establishments to the next level, to the next generation entrepreneurs. See, future entrepreneurs are new generation entrepreneurs. So olden day technology is not available today. So that's why now they are coming with innovative idea, new talents, new acquisition of science and technology, innovative products and services. And sustainability goal is nothing but now our goal is today we have to meet our present day requirements. We have to fulfill our requirements, whether it is food or energy or security or health or telecom or banking. But we have to preserve the resources what it is available for future. We cannot now, right, exhaust all the resources now itself. Future generation, right, to be in the safer side. So that is why now we are preserving resources for future. That is the goal. Goal of the business sustainability is fulfilling present day requirements by the current population, and we have to work for future prosperity, future well-being, future, right, prosperity and well-being of the younger generation is our ultimate goal. The next is the best ways for sustainability, right? Best ways means best practices, best management practices, trade practices, commerce practices. Best commercial practices are first think twice before, right, shopping. See, if you go for purchasing any product, you have to think twice, thrice, even thrice. 3 times you have to think whether the product is required for consumption to us now or we can postpone. If it is a car or a computer or a watch or a electronic gadget or a mobile phone, you have to use maximum until it becomes scrap. Don't go for frequent changing of resources, right? If we do so, future will suffer. So that is why you have to think twice before shopping. Second, ditch plastic. Plastic wastage is a serious worry. See, African countries are getting more scrap of plastics, electronic gadgets used in Europe and US. Ship loads every day, ships and ship loads of e-waste is coming and thrown in the seashores of Africa. But for their livelihood, Africans they collect all this scrap and they sell it in the market for their livelihood. But it is not a fair practice. It is not a fair, sustainable practice. But US is doing, US and some other countries. But India is fortunately, we are having a code of conduct. We are having a code of conduct and ethics to don't spoil our mother earth. So ditch plastic and switch to reduce. Switch to reduce means if you are using more, you have to reduce 10%. You have, including water, including energy, right? If we use more energy, global warming is a problem. Carbon buying will be a serious threat. We have to use more resource, more global village, every activity will suffer, right? We will get global warming and other dangers will affect water, right? Shortage, water scarcity and other things. Oxygen, getting pure oxygen is a question mark, right? Everything possible. In Japan they are using oxygen boiler, but we are very fortunate getting very good clean and green air, oxygen, right? But in Japan and other countries they are using artificial oxygen. right? Artificial oxygen through oxygen boilers. Oxygen like ice cream boiler, beauty boiler. Oxygen boilers are coming up in Japan because of shortage of oxygen, natural oxygen, right? Natural oxygen is very important. So we have to reduce our, right, plastic usage. We have to reduce our plastic usage consumption. Next, take extension of your plate. Don't waste food, right? Food waste is no very big threat to India. We are wasting 1/4 of total production as a waste. Is not useful to anyone. So we have to, right, don't waste our food. Then next is simplify your holidays. If you get a holiday, don't go to, right, long distances and don't use roads. Don't use motor vehicles like cars, trains, aircrafts. Don't. If you go for long trip, more aircrafts will fly, more fuel will be applied, more global warming, right, problems will come. More biodiversity problems will come. So that's why don't cut short your holidays. You enjoy your nature, enjoy your hometown, enjoy your village, ancestral village. Go to your ancestral village and enjoy the beauty of the villages, valleys, hills, natural beauties of native places, hometowns. So don't go long holidays, long trips like going to Hawaii beach, going to other places and all to be cut short. Simplify your holidays means cut long travels. Cut short your traveling time, traveling, right, hours, traveling mode. Then choose organic. Use organic products, including water. Whatever natural water available, you try to consume instead of plastic bottle filled water. Right? Plastic bottle filled water is inorganic. Right? Even food, even all the other grains, all the fruits, vegetables go organic. Using organic product is a best way of sustainable practice. The next, ditch fast fashion and animal based, right, textiles. Right? See, due to the change of fashion, we are using more, right, dangerous cloths, more against eco-friendly dresses and all, animal-based dresses, animal-based bags, animal-based, right, things, textile garments and all to be stopped. This is one of the golden principle, right? We have to save our animals' livelihood. The next, be water wise, using water precisely, using water for, right, when it is necessary. Don't waste water. See, water is a very important livelihood for future and present. So don't waste water as you like. So be, right, water wise. Wise means using prudentially, right, talently, right. So sustainability accounting, right? Sustainability accounting means there are some 5 framework, right? 5 frameworks. First is purpose. Purpose of sustainability is it is, for example, if you take accounting, companies is responsible towards stakeholders, investors, workers, government, suppliers, lending money by the banks and institutions, shareholders. So stakeholders should be given due respect. A company, a corporate is not taking care of their stakeholder will not survive in the long run. So they have to give utmost priority and importance to the stakeholders. So that is the purpose of a business. Second, a company is giving due respect to the stakeholders can survive for hundreds of years. They celebrate Diamond Jubilee, Silver Jubilee, Platinum Jubilee, Centenary celebration, Bicentenary celebration. Best example, Tatas. So Tatas, they never think against their stakeholders. Whatever they earn, 64 paise out of 1 rupee, they spend for public, common public, including Army, Navy, Air Force, Defense, and other, right, general public. So they are the prompt, advanced taxpayers in India, responsible citizens. So Tata group of companies. So first, purpose, helping, right, stakeholders. Second, scope of the, right, sustainable business practice is taking risk, and you have to make use the opportunities, right? Opportunities are unlimited. Sky is the limit, but you have to make use the best opportunities available in this current scenario. The next, methods. Utilize techniques such as capital inventory. Capital inventory means using demographic dividend, even financial resource, natural resource, all the resources are used by the proper manner and full cost accounting. Cost accounting is there, but it is not absolute. It is partial. We have to use each and every pay spent for manufacturing a product by way of counting, full cost accounting practice. We can bring down the selling price to the bottom line. That benefit go to ultimate end user, consumer, channel member. So using full cost accounting practice, capital inventory accounting, and input output analysis. Productivity, input output analysis means what input we are introducing for getting a particular amount of output and how we are charging, pricing and all should be more scientific and practical, relevant to the present day requirement, So every day we have to change the prices. So that is more suitable. That advantage will go to the consumer, but we are not using that. We are fixing a price. That price will prolong for 1 year or 6 months or until the competition comes from our peer, counterpart, competitor. So now that is not scientific. So we are accountable for consumer welfare. We are accountable for consumer well-being. Then framework means today business sustainability is not an agenda of one company or one country. It is a global accountability. Global accountability means global reporting initiative is taking place. So, accounting practices are not within the country like India what we were following earlier. So today GAAP, global accounting practices are today in place, So that's why now we have to adopt global reporting initiative, GAAP, globally accepted accounting practices, IFRS, International Financial Reporting System, accounting standards. We have to make use accounting standards, best use of accounting standards for the corporate as well as government and all other stakeholders. The next Sustainability Accounting Standards Board, SASB, is doing very well. SAAB, Sustainability Accounting Standards Board of India. So they develop some moral code of conduct, some ethical values, systems, principles and all that we have to follow without fail, with wholehearted dedication and commitment for taking our business establishments to the next level, to the higher level, higher order practices, best practices. And finally, if we do all this with wholehearted effort, we can enjoy a lot of benefits. So that benefits provide stakeholder trust. Stakeholders never leave you alone. As a businessman, you will get continuous support, regular support, permanent support from all your stakeholders, including your workers, employees, creditors, suppliers, government, and investors. So stakeholder trust, you have to win their heart. The next, and you have to develop strategic decisions, action plan. Strategic decision making is very important. Management, when we were studying 4 M's, men, machine, material, money. But today 9 M's, men, machine, material, money, market, methods, minutes, milieu, matter. Information technology, environmental, and other important thing is time management. Minutes. Time is very important. You have to complete everything within the stipulated time period. You have to make use minimum resources. You have to make use all talents, all round talents. So that is why 9 M's. Marketing, 4 pillars were there, Marketing, product, place, price, promotion. But today marketing is using 10 P's. 5th P is people. Without people support, marketing cannot succeed. Today everything is online. Offline marketing, those days were gone, So people, process, physical evidence. So that's why everything is extending version. So that is the development today. And you have to align with the corporate goals. Corporate goal is very important. Every company is developing their tagline. Tagline means the corporate goal is reflected. See, for example, if you take Reliance, their tagline is think big. Whatever they do with higher scale. Think big. Other Reliance, growth is life. Like that every building intellectual capital. So like that every business is socially responsible and environmentally responsible. So that is why we are one step behind developed countries. We are thinking about corporate social responsibility. But whereas advanced countries like USA thinking about corporate environmental responsibility. They are going one step ahead. corporate environment. We have to keep clean, green environment. We are part of environment, right? So society is part of environment. Like society, other sectors are there, other segments are there. So that is why we are lagging behind one step. We are very much bothered about corporate social responsibility and corporate governance practices. But America and other developed countries are very much talking about corporate environmental responsibility, CER, but ours is CSR, right? But we are also looking forward to enter into corporate environmental responsibility very soon, because our Prime Minister and our government is working towards, right, the global warming and other climatic change conferences, UNFCCC, right? UNO is having more wings, but UNFCCC is very popular wing, United Nations Framework for Climatic Change, United Nations Framework Conclave for Climate Change, UNFCCC. Every year they are conducting conclave. They invite all presidents and prime ministers all across the globe, and they ask the people to contribute maximum for the global eco-friendly biodiversity protected environment. So benefits are a lot more, right? So finally, future of sustainability, right? What we have to do, what will be the future of sustainability? If we do all these things, and if we try our level best, so things will change, meeting present needs without any disturbance is possible. We can fulfill our present needs, good education, good water, good energy security, everything we will get it. Good transport, good communication, everything will get it, right? So meeting present needs without compromising future generation. So at the same time, simultaneously, what we have to do is, we have to take little care for future younger generations. They are the future of India. So future generations, without suffering them, we have to sacrifice a little, right, minimum. Then balancing act of social, economic and environmental. We have to protect our society, our economic system, our environmental system, right? So these three are very important, right, pillars: economic activity, social activity, and the environmental well-being through responsible resource use. So every citizen is responsible for using available resources, including rainwater, including, right, resources, right, including natural resources, accountable. And innovation, policy changes are announced by the government with the people elected governments. So we have to elect good government, good policy makers, good value system, and good democratic, right, setup, judiciary. Everything should be on par with advanced countries. The next, healthy planet. People, process, planet. Healthy planet is very important. As long as human beings wants to survive, our planet system should support us. We have to get very good monsoon. We have to get very good monsoon, rainfall. Rainfall rate is coming down year by year. Southwest monsoon, northeast monsoon, or any monsoon is coming day by day minimum, right, because of global warming. So we have to go for more plantation of trees. We have to start from our house itself. At least each house should have 4, right, trees. That is green belt of the houses, green belt of the government offices, green belt of the institutions like colleges, universities, and also, right, states, central funding. So government of Japan is now helping a project called, right, Miyawaki. Miyawaki means growing lakhs and lakhs of trees with minimum available space. So that is possible. Policy changes, healthy planet, global efforts like UNDP, United Nations Development Programs is very important policy. They are helping the forestry, and they are helping the other sustainable practices in the countries, especially in Africa and other countries, right? And energy consumption, shifts in energy consumption, water consumption, and other natural resource consumption and all, and long-term prosperity. So our aim is sustainable business practice should support long-term prosperity. Long-term prosperity and ecological balance. Very important factor is ecological balance. We have to develop biodiversity. Each house, each street, each village, hamlet, each institution should have a rainwater harvesting, a good plantations, a very good environmental, right, cleanliness, right? Clean and green campuses are very important. So finally, long-term prosperity with ecological balance alone can help extend, right, helping hand to the businesses. Why? Because every business is getting everything from the society, everything from the, right, economic environment. So a business is not getting everything from sky. So it is now coming from the society. So they have to return back something to the society in the form of employment or in the form of quality goods, quality services, or reasonably fair prices. So they have to follow certain best system. So then only a business can survive and sustain for the well-being of the overall economy and overall, right, global prosperity. So with these few, right, points, I would like to thank the management, principal, head of the department, more beyond HOD and principal and other faculty members, my beloved student friends for your patience listening, and I thank for your bright and prosperous future to become more entrepreneurs. Rather than seeking job, you have to create jobs. You have to be job provider. You create jobs and give jobs to others. At least 10, 15 people will get employment out of your, right, your idea. It will be good, fine. Instead of going to work for some company in India or outside. You can gain some experience, 1 or 2 years, but in the long run, you try to become an entrepreneur, technopreneur. Technopreneur means technology supported entrepreneur. So in future, more number of startups will come, stand-ups will come, economic system will get right, versatile, multifaceted economic system will develop year to year. What we have achieved 90 years, within 10 years we have achieved. What we have achieved 10 years, 1 decade, we are achieving within 1 year. In future, what we are waiting to achieve for 1 year, within 1 month we will achieve. So such a faster development is taking place in the economy. So our economy is very vibrant, our economy is very strong, very fundamentally, technically very strong economic system because of the government policies and support. So with this, I wish you one and all to become entrepreneurs rather than job seekers. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable words. Audience, if you have any doubt, please clear it. I invite Dr. Vinod Kumar KB for giving comments on this talk.
Thank you, sir, for covering comprehensively the different aspects of sustainability practices that is followed in India, conceptually, practically, and how you can identify the areas of social responsibility. Next one is how you bring these definitions and concepts into your balance sheet, how you communicate with the audience, what are the regulatory norms that touches upon the CSR practices to be stated in the transparency balance sheet and audit statements. So it has been a very good coverage. Now, if you have any clarifications, deliberations, I'm sure 1 or 2 or 3 questions can be. After that, we will sum up the sessions. We had identified 2 schools of thoughts are before you. I introduced the concept of business is what business does. That it's have wide implications. You may be strong in your financial resources. You may be strong at other areas of corporate social responsibility or social audit or whatever it may be. And he has used the 3 P's: people, process, profit, and planet. That comprehensively cover every aspects of the tools. We have talked about the BSI standards and other reporting standards, global reporting initiatives, GRI standards, how BSP and SAB standards have been incorporated, promulgated by the audit companies. There are green audit, we have social audit, we have energy audit, we have repository audit, recycle audit, so many concepts are there. All these have been touched within a very limited, narrow time. Then he talked about how these things will be incorporated in the future areas. That's also been covered here. Definitely 2 schools of thought are there. One school of thought is you have been in social responsibility. You may be a master in your business affairs, but may not be a master in managing the social affairs. May not be a master in managing the environmental aspects. recycling areas, etc. Second thing is, if you are a master in one area, naturally, how you antecede, how you additively add those things in your complementary areas. You call it as core areas. I started one example in Indigo. One Indigo sketch line is, you can measure, you can identify things only when you can measure the things. Then we have Apple, one of the Apple പരസ്യം നിങ്ങൾ കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ടാവും അല്ലേ? എന്താണ് Apple challenge ചെയ്ത ആരെയാണ്? IBM-നെയാണ്. IBM stands for Blue Signature. From 72 onwards, Apple is dominating the market with a catchword, that is anti-IBM. Anti-IBM stands for Apple. And Apple propagated the advertisement slogan is, what is, people with a passion can change the world better. So if you be a master in social affairs, managing the environmental aspects, managing the governance aspects, you need to have a passion though. Second line is, Apple പരസ്യം കുട്ടികൾ കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ടാവും ഞാൻ വിചാരിക്കുന്നത് ഏതാണ്? Only an apple can beat an apple. A catchword ആണ്. അത്രയും കോൺഫിഡൻ്റ് ആണ്. If you are confident in one area, definitely that will be one area. So naturally, കുറച്ച് എടുത്തു പോയിക്കോളൂ. ഫേസ്ബുക്ക് സമയം എടുക്കുന്നില്ല സാറുടെ. ഫേസ്ബുക്കിൻ്റെ എന്താണോ? സുക്കൻബർഗിൻ്റെ ഒരു സാധനമാണോ അല്ലേ? 2000 ഏത് വർഷം? കോമേഴ്സ് സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് കൃത്യമായിട്ട് അറിയേണ്ടതാണ്. 2017 ഫേസ്ബുക്ക് വരുന്നത്. അതിന് മുമ്പത്തെ സൈറ്റിൻ്റെ പേരെന്താ അറിയാം? facemask.com. ആർക്ക് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ്? ഹാർവാർഡിലെ ഹോസ്റ്റലേഴ്സിനെ കണക്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്ന സൈറ്റായിരുന്നു. നൗ ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് ബീങ് എ പബ്ലിക് ഡൊമൈൻ. ഓക്കെ, കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി ബ്രാൻഡിങ്ങിലാണ്, കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റിയാണ് കോൺട്രിബ്യൂട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അവിടെ മൈക്രോ ലെവലിൽ അവിടെ ആസ്പെക്ട്സ് നമ്മുടെ മുമ്പിലുണ്ട്. മാക്രോ ലെവൽ ആസ്പെക്ട്സ് സാറ് പറഞ്ഞ വലിയൊരു ഏരിയ ഉണ്ട്. ഇതിൽ ഏതിലാണ് യു ഹാവ് ടു കോൺസെൻട്രേറ്റ്? ഐ എം ഷുവർ ഇറ്റ്സ് എ കൺഫ്യൂസിങ് പോയിന്റ് ഫോർ കമ്പനീസ്. കമ്പനീസ് കോമ്പീറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് ആരോടാണ്? യു സി വൺ മോർ, if you look at the intellectual property rights, most of the medical patenting is done in developed nations. Now new destinations have been though, we call it as Costa Rica, for example. Dental surgery, Costa Rica is become the low cost producer. Malaysia, you see heart transplantation, Malaysia become the focal point. Brazil, cosmetic dental surgery, Brazil is not for. So Apple, another company, is from a smaller companies, not from the USA or Germany or Australia. It is from the, so definitely companies are rethinking the strategies. In that sense, it's been a great privilege to have multiple discipline in one area. You cannot, the silo thinking is over. You need to have a divergent thinking. If you, one more data for you, if you look at the Nobel laureates for the last 36 years in medicine, only 1/3 of the awardees are from other field other than the medicine. That means that is the intelligence of various disciplines combined together. Now, so if you have any clarifications to seek from his mouth, definitely it's a time. We will set about 1 or 2 questions. After that, we will close the sessions. Any queries? Any queries? Teacher? Not much queries, I think, left. So you deliberate this topic outside the campus, talking about the areas of the area where you can substantiate your sustainability areas. How can you report in your organization? How can you transmit the ideas to the stakeholders? What are the legal, compulsory, regulatory norms with regard to the business practices? How the best practice has been copied by other companies? So copy, reverse innovation, you may talk about. one company's idea may be copied to the advantage of another company's advantage. That is also possible in the West advantage. If you look at the one or two companies, BMW, IBM, IBM stands for energy efficiency. Bosch, for example, is net zero emission norms. You see Nestle is in totally different area. Now they are focusing on biofuel efficiency. Then we have Intel, investment in water restorations. If you look at the global companies, most of the companies are master in their core area. They start showing the mastership in other areas too. So with these notes, it's better. It's my concluding remarks for the section is, company need to be identify its positioning to differentiate from the rest of the competitor, whatever methods you are following. We have seen one early slogan of ഫോർഡിൻ്റെ പരസ്യം കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ടാവും. ഫോർഡിൻ്റെ പരസ്യം ആദ്യത്തെ പരസ്യം വന്ന കമ്പനിയാണ് ഫോർഡ്. 1880-കളിലാണ് പരസ്യം എന്തായിരുന്നു അറിയാം? എനിബഡി? We will provide any color choice, but your color choice shall be in black. This is the one. Then in 2015, one more advertisement is there. The competition is between Avis and Hertz. Avis's പരസ്യം ഇതായിരുന്നു, we are number 2s, but we try harder. We are number 2s, but we try harder. Immediately, 1 month after, Hertz India Limited given an ideal parasym. A parasym silver lining award കിട്ടിയ പരസ്യമാണ്. എന്തായിരുന്നു അറിയാം? We had a competitor who says, who is it number 2, and it is hard to believe. We had a competitor who says, who is at number 2, it is hard to believe. That means, even the second spot, you have to fight it out. You have to fight it out mentally, technically, emotionally. So with these notes, I think our students will grasp WAC UA is not an easy task. You have to be competent with regard to all aspects. Thank you once again. It's time to say goodbye for the session, along with our respected Professor Ravindra sir. Thank you once again for being here in this campus after 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words. Our session is ending with an official word of thanks by Jamila MK, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce. Ma'am, please.
Good evening, everybody. So, this is the end of our plenary talk, which is delivered by Dr. G. Ravindran on the topic sustainability practices. And now I express our sincere gratitude to our beloved resource person, Ravindran sir. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation and for being part of our conference. Next, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to Dr. Vinod Kumar KP, our former principal, for chairing this session. Thank you, sir, for your valuable comments. And next, I express sincere gratitude to Dr. Deepa K.A., our HOD, Department of Commerce. Thank you, ma'am, for arranging this type of programs. And also all the faculty members in our Commerce Department and other departments. We have external participants and internal participants, our students from different classes. To all of you, in single word, I express my gratitude and thanks to you, all of you. Thank you.
Gracias.